This portion of the program is brought to you by Fisher Space Pen, American dependability.
Hello, welcome back to Skydive TV. My name is Bo Reby, and this week I am in Zephyr Hills, Florida at Skydive City for the first FAI World Wingsuit Performance Flying Championships. It's the first one of its kind, and today is day one, registration day. Opening ceremonies are later tonight, and then tomorrow morning begins the action. The competitors are going to go up, they're going to compete in speed, distance, and time. So stay tuned with us here at Skydive TV so we bring you interviews and all the action, all that we can see here from the first FAI World Wingsuit Performance Flying Championships. Behind me, the flags of the 22 nations here to compete for the World Championships. There are 64 competitors representing 5 continents. Let's take a look at who those athletes are. Stay tuned with us on Facebook, where you can send us questions for the athletes or for the judges if you want to know more about the event or have any specific questions on their suits or their strategies, anything like that. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all the social media. Hit us up at #SkydiveTV. Alright, so let me explain how performance is judged. The competitors fly with GPS trackers strapped to their helmet. And then when they get down to the ground, they turn that GPS tracker over to the judges, who then throw it in a program. It comes up with a graph on the screen. And that is how they are judged on time, speed, and distance. However, what this means is that there is no video of the actual jump. So we're not going to be able to bring you videos of the wingsuit flyers. However, we're going to bring you interviews with them. We're going to learn their strategies, what suits they're flying, why they're flying those suits, and we're also going to learn some technicalities and history of the sport. This is a historic event. It's the very first FAI World Wingsuit Performance Flying Championships. So we're going to talk to some of the competitors here about their history, look at some of the wingsuits and how they've developed over time from the stages from the first wingsuit to what they are today, because they're very, very different in a short 20 years or so. All right, so stay tuned with us as we bring you all the action, try and make this as entertaining as we can for you watching at home.
Burble me up, you go to drop zone functions and you go to emergency functions, and one of the things is I've landed out, and you hit a button and it pipes directly to manifest a pop-up with your direct location on a map and who you are and where you are. So this can't be beat, right? So I encourage you, if you don't have the app, I know, I got the I don't want to pay for the cell phone data plan. Well, if you're out there in the swamp, you might want to just this once. All right, so.
All right, because the performance event is not scored by any video, it is all scored by electronics and a GPS that is mounted to the flyers' helmets. You can see the competitors lining up right here behind me, getting the judges to mount and fit that GPS fly sight to their helmets to prepare for the competition tomorrow. Very different than any other event, but they have it down to a nail. Behind me you can see the judges. They are both placing the mounts. They are also recording the competitor's weight. This is to deter them from adding any weight system to themselves during the jump, because in events like the speed category, the more you weigh, the faster you can go. So they're recording their weights. They're also recording their suit to deter them from changing suits during the event. They start with one suit, they jump that entire suit, the entire competition.
This portion of the program is sponsored by Cypress, the #1 in AAD technology.
All right, I am here with the meet director, Randy Connell.
Any meet, as a meet director, I look at it as a series of puzzles. Thankfully, I get to delegate some things, like the puzzle of judging goes to the chief judge, right? But when you look at the operational requirements for a wingsuit meet, there's an immense amount of airspace that is eaten up by this event. If we're putting out 4 jumpers on a pass up to 5 miles away, every bit of airspace between them and the drop zone is now fully occupied, because you just can't put anything out. You can't tell whether they're going to be up or down. And it's wingsuiters, right? They tend to hang there for a long time. So you got to be aware of that. You got to time the loads right. For instance, my expected timing between loads tomorrow is 40 minutes. Okay. So takeoff to takeoff could be 45 or a little bit more. But I'm hoping that we'll be able to trim that down a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's longer, it takes more airspace, but it's a cool event. I love it.
How many planes do you expect to be flying?
I'll only be flying 2 planes because of the turn time. Okay. I don't have to worry about putting a third one in. Thankfully, Skydive City Zephyr Hills has just gone above and beyond. I have 4 planes to call on, and any place that you're standing when you got 4 Twin Otters available, meet directors' our worries are really minimal.
Yeah, right on. All right, tell me a little bit about how the structure works for getting the jumpers out of the plane. You said that you're going to do 4 and 4 and 4. Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure, and because it's an individual event and it eats up so much airspace, the rules actually designate a maximum number of jumpers we can put out on one pass. What they have to do is they exit and turn 90 degrees to the line of flight and fly home. They're measured at 3,000 to 2,000 meters in altitude. So they've got a little bit of dive time, and then they've got to carry that energy into the performance run itself. But what it means is that I want to keep the airspace as open as I can, and I want to, in order to maximize the safety issues.
Sure.
So the fewer I can put on a pass, the better. But there's a balance. This is the puzzle factor, right? Because I don't want to do 3 on a pass because it takes forever. We got 66 competitors. I mean, that's 22 passes. That's a lot of airtime and a lot of jet A being burned up. I could go up to 6 easily, and wingsuit performance flyers are used to 6, at least on this side of the pond. But that makes for crowded airspace.
Sure.
So thankfully the universe aligned, and we got 64 jumpers. So 4 planes, 4 passes, 4 jumpers per plane.
Yeah.
4 seems to be my number.
Yeah, it all kind of lines up there.
Exactly.
What's the most challenging part, do you think, from your perspective in organizing the first FAI Wingsuit World Championship?
Keeping it moving.
Yeah.
when the tendency of the event itself is to drag slow.
Right.
Keeping them motivated and keeping them alert enough to be safe. One of the other major things about this is that, unlike, say, four-way, which I competed in, the physical demand of this is actually higher with half the number of jumps. And that's, for instance, their time task.
Yep.
Their job is to be in the course from 3,000, 2,000 meters as long as they possibly can be. Now, it's kind of a strange allegory, but what this is imagine stepping out of the aircraft, holding on to a queen-size air mattress, and now keep that mattress from wrapping you up in a cocoon for 10,000 feet.
Sure.
It's a little bit of a job.
Yeah.
And one of the other good corollaries that I heard was imagine planking for 4 minutes.
Neither sound very easy.
Not me, not me. That's all I'm saying.
Totally.
So there's an extremely high physical demand, and that level of demand exists in 2/3 of the task. So if they're doing a time task or a distance task,
Sure.
that's the level of demand they've got on them.
Okay. Right on. Well, lastly, do you have anything you want to wish the competitors?
Hey, get out there, fly safe, fly hard, have fun.
Right on.
Ladies and gentlemen, skydivers of all ages, and because we have an excellent spread of ages out in this crowd, let me tell you what, it is my absolute pleasure on behalf of the United States Parachute Association to welcome each and every one of you, not only to our nation, but to this event here at Skydive City, the very first FAI World Wingsuit Championships. I know some of you didn't think that you were gonna actually ever have this day. For those who have worked behind the scenes with the committee and with IPC to get it here, thank you for your work. Your efforts are appreciated. I'm going to keep this very short. I'm a storyteller, not a lecturer. Again, welcome. Thank you very much.
Welcome to my home drop zone, Skydive City. I'm very glad you came here, and I'm proud to have the honor, on behalf of the IPC, the International Parachuting Commission, to welcome you and to wish you a very successful and very good competition. On behalf of the FAI, the mother federation of all air sports, I declare the competition is open. Okay, guys, wingsuiters, go compete. Thank you. And please pay reference to the FAI anthem and the flag behind me.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Paragear, serving skydivers since 1960.
All right, it is a bright and beautiful day here at Skydive City. It is day one of the competition. Remember, there's time, distance, and speed events. We're starting out the comp with the time. So the jumpers will exit the plane, they'll turn left. Once they hit 3,000 meters, the clock will start. And then as soon as they get to 2,000 meters, the timer stops. The jumper with the longest time in between 3,000 and 2,000 meters, they take home the 100. Let's see how they do. First load, first championships. Are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Ready as you'll
Might as
ever
well.
be.
Let's do it.
Same question, Jim. First load, first championships. How do you feel?
Cold.
Cold.
It's cold, it's too early for this, we should be drinking in the bar.
Yeah, looking forward to it. That's it, training done. So all we can do now is enjoy it.
Right on. Good luck.
Yeah, ready as I can.
Ready as you can be. How do you feel? Tell me about it.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about it.
Okay.
Yeah, the weather's perfect. Waking up early is not my best skill, so I'm mostly working on that one.
You feel better once you're in the plane?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll wake up
Good luck.
at some point.
Morning, wake up,
Yep.
coffee,
Ready?
jump.
Jump. You got it. And there it is, the very first load of the very first FAI World Wingsuiting Championships for performance flying right here, going up for time, the very first event of this entire championships. It's history right there. Watch it happen right here at Skydive TV. I am here with Jarno Cordia. Jarno, so your time is kind of one of your specialty events. It seems like you own a national record for it with 90.3 seconds. What are you shooting for in this event?
Well, of course, just shooting for good scores, but I don't really train this actual performance flying a lot. So for me, scores tend to differ quite a lot. So I get really good scores, and sometimes I get a bit lower scores. So,
so your event is acro, though, right?
Normally, acro is really my specialty. It's actually a big part in actually setting it all up as well.
Right.
With FAI, but
what does it mean to have the event going on then to you?
It's special, but at the same time a little bit painful because my teammate lives 1 hour away from me. But that's Belgium. I live in Holland, and because we're differing nations, we can't actually compete in the acro. So, but because I did want to sort of support what we're doing here, I came here to do a performance, which again, it's not really my specialty, but having a lot of fun, and gonna see how I do.
Okay. What's your strategy to getting your best time record ever then?
Mainly just fly.
All right, you can see behind me, competitors with their FlySight GPS trackers, they bring them here to the judges in a very controlled environment. They go from the landing area straight here. Then they turn it over to the judges, who then bring it back to the analyzer in the back room that has a computer. So we're going to walk back there now and I'll show you. And then back in this room we have the Paralog system, where they input the data, graph it, and see the time. Hey, I'm here with Raymond from Switzerland.
Hello.
Raymond, tell me about your time and your distance run.
Time was okay, and distance is not my favorite discipline. And now we're going for speed, and I like to
Is
fly
speed your favorite?
Yeah, that's my favorite stuff. And
Okay, so let's take a look at your helmet here. Is this made for speed?
yeah, I think so. We have a little percentage more of a performance with this helmet. But
Right.
it's really smooth to fly, and we made a small construction really for wingsuiting.
Did you build this yourself?
Not by myself, but some guys, they build diving helmets and they know what they do, and then we make some wind tunnel tests.
Really?
Yeah, and we are really wide in the end of the helmet, and
Pretty cool.
it's very smooth to fly, also not so noisy about the wind. And
Yeah, how much of a difference does it make?
yeah, it's a big difference.
Noticeable?
Yeah, it's really fine to fly, and I like it.
Have you looked at your times or your speed wearing this helmet and then not wearing the helmet?
Yeah,
Have you compared the two?
Yeah. We made form also when I have the head down or the head up. We want to have the same power to the wingsuit.
Hey, I'm here with Travis Mickle. Travis is one of the best wingsuit flyers in the country. He's been around for a couple years now. Travis, what's it mean to finally have a wingsuit world championship?
Oh man, it's awesome. Yeah, it's great. This is definitely what we've been pushing for a long time, really trying to make it a championship level, and it's awesome to have it at Z Hills.
Yeah, it's your home drop zone. What went into creating this? Like, how many years and years did you guys push for this?
I think PPC I think they've been running for about 6 years now. Klaus is the owner-operator of Paralog, and he's been really pushing it. Michael Cooper, the owner of FlySight, and they both have been pushing really hard. And then obviously the IPC committee and Jackie Harper, she's been pushing a lot for this as well.
Cool. So moving forward then, how do people get involved in performance flying wingsuits?
I mean, really, it just starts finding a local competition. You know, there's a lot of the world competitions that happen throughout the whole world, and we have Paralog competitions as well in the United States, Zephyr Hills, and then also there's some in California. So just trying to enter. You know, you could always get with a coach as well.
Perfect. All right, now we'll talk about you. Okay, so this competition, we're speed, time, distance. We've done one of each.
We did time and distance.
Oh, okay, and now you're going up for speed.
And now we're going up for speed, yeah.
And what is your best discipline?
Generally speed.
Okay.
Generally, I do the best in speed.
Why? What makes you the best at speed?
Oh, I'm just a heavy guy, man.
How does that help?
It's just weight. Yeah, mass.
Okay.
Just mass.
So the more you weigh, the faster you can go?
It generally makes it easier.
Okay.
Generally.
You crushed the distance run, though. You were one of the top. You had a very, very good 4.2,
I think I got
3
third.
kilometers?
Yeah, 4.2.
Yeah. Awesome. So what's your strategy for that? How'd you do that?
You know, really just try to bring it in with a lot of energy in the beginning of the jump, and then just hold it as best you can. It gets pretty tiring.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. All right, lastly, moving into the speed then, what's your goal? What are you shooting for? Any numbers, anything specific?
I'm trying to break the world record, which is 3:12, so wish me luck.
Hey, we've got Chris Geiler over here. All right, after 2 rounds, time and distance, Chris is in first place. Congratulations. And you also just set a world record for time. Cool. So you got 94.2. It's like he doesn't even know it. It's no big deal. So how'd you do that? You got 94.2 seconds, which is a new world record, beating the old one, which was 88 seconds. What was your strategy? What's your secret?
You want me to tell my secret? That ain't gonna happen.
A little bit. Tell me something. Tell me something.
No, lots of training.
Lots of training.
Yeah.
What goes into the training for it? Is it just lots of jumps, or?
Yeah, lots of jumps and also knowledge. Like I think now wingsuiting's like really progressing as a sport, and people are starting to understand that they need to have a better concept of aerodynamics. So that's a big part of it too.
How do you get that concept of aerodynamics? What do you do with the FlySight, the data? Do you study that?
Yeah, exactly. And also just looking at basically comparing myself mainly to a glider, and so how a glider performs.
Okay. Then are you able to change your body position to fit that mold, that aerodynamic kind of shape of the glider?
Not really. I mean, the wingsuit is designed as an aerofoil, so you want to keep flying it.
Tell me about your wingsuit.
This is a Sea Race from Squirrel.
Okay. What makes it fly for 94.2 seconds?
The pilot.
The pilot. All right, that's him right here. Okay, man, cool. So we're moving into speed. Yeah. Do you have a favorite discipline, favorite category?
No, not really. I like them all. You need to be consistent. If you can't do all 3, you're in trouble.
So you feel strong in speed then?
fairly strong. Like there's a couple of guys that really do focus mainly on speed, and I expect them to be putting up the biggest scores, but I should be close.
Do you think your weight affects your score in speed much?
It can, yeah. Like a heavier person, they have an advantage for sure.
For sure. Okay, and the last question is, we have a couple more rounds of time coming up. Do you think you can break 94.2 and set another world record?
Yeah.
Yeah? Think you can stay up there longer?
Yeah, I
okay.
think so.
We'll see. We'll see what he does. Right here with Chris Geiler. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Good job. Okay, I'm here with Dimitri Podoroche. Dimitri, you had an awesome time run and distance, and now we're in speed. What's your favorite category? What's your best?
I try to spread myself over three.
Okay.
Trying to be versatile.
Okay.
Because everything is fun.
It's all fun. Tell me about your suit a little bit. We're seeing some interesting new features in the tail and on the feet.
That's the new Alpine Vampire Alpine, made of super light material, Skytax, and we are currently experimenting with the material, and it's pretty light and pretty interesting. In terms of flight characteristics.
How does it help?
I think it helps, but the pilot decides everything.
Sure, that's what they're saying. Okay, right on. Well, what's your strategy then for the rest of the competition? Any area you really want to accelerate forward and get on the top of the podium?
Stay confident, keep on flying, and have fun.
We've from Australia all the way from down under, Stephen Horton here. Stephen, is this your first wingsuit competition?
It is not, no.
Okay.
I've been competing for a while.
Okay. So how stoked are you to see a world championship come to the plate for performance?
I'm loving it. There's so many good pilots out here, and so many scores that are just out of this world compared to last year. It's amazing to see. So.
How has wingsuiting changed over the years, and with these competitions coming around, how does it benefit the sport?
The suits coming out, just so much more technology and so much more performance in the suits themselves. So there's that whole side of the performance gains that we're seeing, and then pilots taking a lot more seriously now as well. And we have the GPS data that we're pouring over in detail, and just trying to get those last little bits of performance out of everything we do. So yeah, everyone's driving everyone. It's great.
What's your best discipline or your favorite?
Speed.
Hey, I'm here with Espen Fadnes. Espen, you're from Norway, right?
Yes.
All right. And how you've been involved with wingsuit flying and skydiving for how long?
15 years now.
15 years. So you've seen it come a long ways. How does it feel to have finally an FAI World Championship for performance?
I think it is an honor for our discipline, honor for wingsuit flying. And it's in many ways the final step for the sport.
Okay.
Because right now, right here, this is the Formula 1 of wingsuit flying. This is where all the manufacturers get their suits measured. Elsewhere, you have a lot of assumptions. People talk about how well the suits fly, whether it's in base jumping or in normal fun jumping. But right here, this is where it's happening. This is where the FIA judges are doing the measurements to make it fair, and we get to see who's the best one and what suits are the best as well.
Wow. Do you think that there will be a lot of changes to suits and design that come out of an event like this?
Yeah, people have a tendency of thinking that right now we're at a certain level in history where things are quite amazing, and we're always wrong. I think this sport is going to rocket out of here, and we're going to see amazing suits be made in the next couple of years, and this is where we see the results of the suits so far, and this is where all the manufacturers get inputs on how to fly better, and also the pilots get to know how to fly their suits better.
Absolutely, yeah. You see that you're able to push your limits in slow fall, fast, and distance, right? So tell me a little bit about your suit, if you don't mind, kind of what makes it fly the best for you.
This is a Squirrel Series Plus. It is. I've been trying suits from all the different brands, and I'm quite a lightweight guy, and I need a suit with a little drag, and I'm happy to have a suit that can be slightly heavy to fly, as long as it just give a little drag and I can fly fast. And
what does
this
the drag
suit is, well, the drag make you go slower, but it can also make you do better on, for example, time. And my suit is this year Plus is really nicely aerodynamically made, and it's quite a heavy suit to fly, but it's still really fast. It gives a lot of good figures on all the different disciplines. So I like it. It's a comfortable suit to fly too.
Okay, good. Last year you won the gold medal for performance. Were you flying this suit also?
No, last year I was flying a Tony suit, Jedi 2.
Okay.
The Jedi 2 from Tony and the Sierra Plus is almost the same in performance. And for me it was really tricky to choose which one of those suits I was going to use.
Yeah.
And I ended ended up on this one. It's more about the details in the suit, more about just that I had the chance to test it properly a couple of weeks ago, and I just had to go by feeling. But right here in this competition now, it seems like it's about the person and not the suits. We have top 3 list with a Tawny suit is there, we have the Phoenix Fly suits, we have Squirrels, so it's really the ones that get the most out of their suit now.
Yeah, it's about the pilot. All right, so moving forward in the competition, you're defending your gold medal from last year. What's your strategy like for defending this?
I try to start out a little bit safe, just so I don't do some bad mistakes going into the measurement window or so.
Yeah.
And I've been trying to even like make everything smoother than I used to do. So far it's going well. I'm in second place, but Chris Geitler, which is in first place, is killing it with amazing results.
Yeah.
And right now I see that me and a lot of others need a miracle to keep up with him. So I'm gonna go up and make a miracle.
Okay, let's see it. Let's watch it happen. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
This portion of the program is sponsored by Cypress, the #1 in AAD technology.
Good first jump, and then the second jump, which was the distance, missed it a bit. So not too satisfied with the last jump.
You said you missed like the gate or something, or?
Yeah, when we dive, we flare. So I flared a bit high. So I missed about 500 meters just by flaring 25 meters too high. So that's really
that's tough.
Annoying.
Yeah,
so
sure.
I need some revenge now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit of a slow start for me. I didn't have a great first round, but second round was much better.
Okay, and looking forward to speed?
I don't think anyone ever looks forward to speed, to be honest.
Travis Mickle is.
Travis does. He's great at speed. Yeah. No, it's just all part of the competition. So yeah, we'll get it done.
Living the dream.
Yeah. What's it mean being here for Ireland?
It's great. We like to participate in everything.
Yeah.
We bring a bit of fun and a bit of laughter and joy, and sure, we give it a good go as well.
Yeah.
We're not coming last anyway.
Right on. All right, hey, I'm here with the chief judge. So we've had already multiple world records set, and one of them is the top record right now. Can you tell me about those world records?
They'd actually come as a bit of a surprise that early on. It's been broken by quite a bit on the first round, so I'm sure this is only the start. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't know why it's happening that much. You know, we expect a little bit margin, but it's a big margin, so watch this space and watch the world champions.
Absolutely. We already have a new world record for time. Do you expect to see one in distance or speed as well?
I'm expecting to see world records on everything, and I'm expecting also to see, which we hope, world records for countries, for every country, or a new record for each country, because we think that's important as well.
Can you tell me about that? How does that work?
Well, when they come with their own national record, you know, like in the UK we have our own national records of what our competitors have done.
Right.
So if they do a new record, we always note it within our own association.
Okay.
So that it's recorded. So when we need information about the teams or we want to send some funding, we can actually get paperwork and find out well they're doing and what they're doing, and say, well, okay, they've done this, you know, they're worth the investment, really. And I think for the smaller countries as well, who, like India, they only have a few competitors, it's really important for them to take something nice back to their country, because it then lets their sports associations see, oh well, maybe, you know, because in India's case, they only had one competitor last year. They've got 3 now.
They've got more.
They've got 3, so that can only be a good thing, really.
Right.
And whether it's an outstanding record like the world champion, for them it's very important that we recognise their level as well for them to take back.
Yeah, and we have 2 countries that have never competed in the World Championships before. First time it's Moldova and Iran.
Yeah.
So they're going to be bringing home national
They're
records.
going to bring home the
right?
national records, and it sets the standard, doesn't it? And it helps to progress the sport, which is what we want to do. It's a very new discipline. We've all been working hard behind the scenes to make sure that this is up and running. And we want them to take away from this the best they possibly can. And if that means that, you know, for me it's an extra little bit of paperwork saying, signing off a national certificate, then that's good. It can really be good, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Hey, I'm here with Mark Pfiffner from Switzerland. All right, Mark, so have you done many competitions before, wingsuit competitions?
That's my 5th competition, I think so.
Okay.
Not many.
So what do you think of this one so far?
It's pretty cool. A lot of people, a lot of going on. Good, they fly good numbers, and it's looking pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. What's it mean to you to compete for Switzerland here at the first FAI World Championships?
I'm really proud to compete for Switzerland, and we are 2 competitors, and I'm pretty proud. Yeah.
Does Switzerland have a big wingsuit performance flying base?
Actually, no. This Swiss nationals, we were 5 competitors.
Okay.
It's actually pretty small, but it's coming. It's growing up.
Is it growing?
Year by year.
Yeah. You think it'll continue to grow then?
Hopefully.
Okay.
We go for it.
Do you think you being here helps grow the base in Switzerland?
We will see after a half year, whatever.
Yeah,
Next season in Switzerland, we will see what it will throw out. At the moment, I'm on 10th.
Right.
So
awesome.
I'm pretty happy, and hopefully I can get that stuff with me and mobilize some people in Switzerland.
Back in Switzerland. Are you a wingsuit coach yourself?
No, not. Only fun jumper.
A fun jumper.
In my 5th year.
5th year of jumping.
Exactly.
And you're already competing at a World Champs. Good job.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mark.
No problem. Thanks a lot.
Tassos here is from Cyprus. He's the only competitor from your nation. Tassos, what does it mean to be the only competitor from Cyprus and at the first Wingsuit World Championship?
I'm very proud. It's very difficult for someone to be team by himself.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that I'm here.
Tell me a little bit about the skydiving in Cyprus. Is it big?
Skydive in Cyprus is small, as the country is small. So we try a lot to be here, and a lot of other guys, they try to compete in other disciplines.
Okay. Do you see wingsuiting growing in Cyprus though?
Yes, I think so. We follow the other countries.
How was your jump?
Pretty good, I hope.
It was a time event.
It was a time event, the most tiring one. Real tiring. Second one of the day, so not much left. And I had to contend with clouds.
Yeah.
So I got delayed waiting, getting out of the plane. They'll be lucky if they manage to get actually everyone up.
Right, yeah, lots of clouds today.
These are building.
Yeah.
If someone gets more than 2 go-arounds, they cancel it and everyone goes down. And everything I just did has to be done again.
Really?
So I'm hoping that doesn't happen.
Because the conditions have to be the same for everybody?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So if they get half of it done, but then they have to cancel it, everyone has to redo what we just did.
Okay.
And I ain't got that left in me.
Yeah, you're pretty tired? Yeah. What's so tiring about time? Just real quick.
You're holding the whole thing stretched out in a real uncomfortable position, all stretched out, and then you make like a beach ball.
Yeah.
And you have to hold that for, well, the time is obviously the longest that you have to hold it for. Top guys are scoring mid-90 seconds.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's a hell of a long time to go and just...
And your whole body's pretty tensed up, huh?
Whole thing is just a mess.
Right
yeah,
on.
It's brutal.
Well, go get some water, man. Or something like that. You deserve it.
I'm English, but I'm representing Monaco where I live.
Monaco, cool.
Red and white, 40,000 population.
Lawrence, where are you from?
Actually, I'm representing Singapore.
Singapore?
Yes.
From the, all right. How was your jump, this time event?
Not bad. Better than the previous one, I hope.
Better than the previous one. What'd you do different?
Everything. The previous one was horrible, so...
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Okay, so how many people are from Singapore?
myself.
Just yourself. What does it mean representing that nation here at the first World Champs?
A lot, actually.
Yeah.
Yes. No, it's been great.
Okay.
And it's a learning process. It's my first competition, so learning a lot.
How was the crack that time?
The crack that time was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah?
Absolutely brilliant, yeah.
All right, tell me about the jump. It was a time jump.
It was a time jump. It's the second round of time. Conditions are really, really good. Just had loads of fun. It was great.
Right on. Any idea of the time?
Well, I'm kind of at the bottom of the thing at the moment, so you know, I'd say if I get over a minute, I'll be happy.
Okay, right on. Well, best of luck. I hope you got a minute. We got Jack over here from Australia with the cool hair, cool rig, cool wingsuit. Sorry. All right, so tell me about your last jump.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good, man. Yeah, we had a bit of cloud coming around, so it was a bit of how you going there with that. But yeah, we got out, had a good run. So
right.
Yeah.
So when the clouds are there and you're trying to maximize your time like that, like how do you avoid them? How do you deal with that?
Oh well, you pretty much got to stay within your lane.
Yeah.
Basically, if there's a cloud in your way, you're screwed. Because if you go in it, you can't see anything, and you'll come out pointing in some other direction that you didn't want to go. So
Hopefully
yeah,
not.
and you get disqualified. So yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty crap.
Is this your first competition, or have you competed before?
I've competed in Australia, so this will be my first Worlds.
First Worlds.
Yeah.
What do you think of it so far?
That's pretty sick, eh?
Yeah.
The APF are working really hard to get skydiving going in Australia. Starting to get traction now, so having the world event in on the Gold Coast, that would be awesome.
Yeah. How does the APF support you guys in skydiving and wingsuiting?
Oh, any way they can, you know. Like we got plenty of coaches around. They're more than happy to bring coaches over to help us bump up our skill level. They're always available to talk to, and then some of the upper guys and that will get all funding and stuff, so we can go and train as hard as we can, and yeah, be as ready as we can be.
First World Championship for performance flying wingsuiting. Are you going to continue? Will we see you at the second World Championship?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
Cool, bro.
Right on. Thanks. Good job. So we got Steve over here from Great Britain. All right, Steve, tell me about this last jump. How was it?
There was a big wet cloud.
Yeah.
I'm soaked.
Did you go? Did you hit it a little bit?
Yeah, there's quite a lot of turbulence in the cloud, so I'm pretty sure that's probably not my best jump. Yeah, it was very wobbly.
That's unfortunate. How do you like rebound from that for the next one?
Well, you just got to take it.
Yeah, sure.
We've got clouds now for the rest of the day probably, so people are going to have to deal with it.
If the round doesn't complete, then does your jump count, or do you have to redo it tomorrow?
I think if the round doesn't complete, everyone has to re-jump the round.
Okay.
But it will, you know. So there's a bit of cloud, but it's not
enough
a
yet.
showstopper.
Okay. So we got Blair from Canada.
Yeah.
All right, tell me about this last jump.
Dude, really nice jump.
Yeah.
Like, anytime you get to fly around the clouds is pretty awesome. They're just kind of on the edge of where we need to see, but
Yeah.
I was able to kind of fly my straight line just between a couple of them, and it was super nice.
Okay, is it like distracting at all, having those big, beautiful puffies?
A little bit, because you want to go and play, right? But you got to keep your mind on the job, and
right.
It gets a little bit bumpy around some of them just with the changes in pressure, but yeah, man, it's definitely fun.
Okay, so it was a time task.
Yeah.
So what's your strategy for time? What do you try and do?
I dive like as fast as I can, and a really nice smooth dive, and then at the top of the window I flare it out, and I'll get a little bit of negative vertical, so I'll go up a little bit, and then back into the window, and then just big and flat, and just hold it.
Hold it there.
Hold it there. Try not to move or adjust too much.
Yeah.
Because anytime you move, you know, you use some energy.
Okay.
So you just try and just ride it out.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Is it super physically exhausting?
Yeah. Yeah. Time, I think, is the hardest.
Okay.
On your body.
Sure.
Because you're up there for the longest.
Yeah.
And you're the most extended, so your muscles are all out straight and hard, right? So.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey, we've got Davide from Italy.
Yeah.
Davide, tell me about this last jump.
Yeah, it was always some jump, like, but in the end of the run, I went into the cloud and I lost something. But let me see.
Yeah.
I think it was a good jump.
How was the first part of the jump before you hit the cloud?
Yeah, the first part of the jump was at 2,200 meters.
Okay. Good.
And I open into the cloud, and
right.
Let me see.
Who knows?
Yeah,
All right.
Thank
Right
you.
on.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Fisher Space Pen, American dependability.
All right, the man with the cool glasses, Anthony Zerbonia here. Anthony, tell me about that last jump.
Felt good. It was a time run. I didn't do too good on the first one, but I was definitely hearing better numbers on that one. Had a better flare into the window. Felt good.
Yeah, so how'd you improve from the first one? What do you do differently?
I flared a little bit late on the first run, and I flared way too hard, so I tried to mellow the flare out, taper it out more.
Okay.
Hit it a little bit harder at the beginning of the window. So.
And that lets you fly then slower, flaring?
It lengthens the flare.
Okay.
There's less chance of stalling out at the top.
Okay, right on. All right, so then moving to distance and speed, what's your strategy after round one of those events?
Hopefully do just about the same as I did on distance last time. It wasn't too bad, and hopefully pick up the speed a bit.
Alexi, tell me about your last jump, the time jump.
Yeah, this was a beautiful jump. We were actually doing a go-round because there were some clouds in there.
Right.
But yeah, we ended up flying between clouds in a nice window.
Okay.
So it was a beautiful jump.
So despite it being beautiful, how was your performance?
It's been good. I think there's always room for improvement, but it's been a long season and it's good, man.
Yeah.
It's a nice way to end the season.
Well, you are right there in the top. Well, the top 5 is where I saw you at. Are you going to do anything different moving into the next couple rounds to try and boost your place up onto the podium?
I'll definitely do my best, but at this point, I don't think there's any point in changing your strategy. Just being consistent is my best.
Stick with what you know.
Yes, that's what I'm going to do.
We have Larissa from Russia. Larissa, tell me about your last jump. You're all smiling now.
Yes, it's very good.
Good.
Yeah.
It was a time jump. So is that your specialty or?
No, my special speed.
Speed. Okay.
Time I don't like, but now it's nice. It's windy and good condition.
For speed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're one of the few females competing against the boys. How is that?
Not problem.
No
but
problem.
Boys first and then me.
No. Well, best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Nice to meet you. All right, I have Robert from Slovenia here. Robert, tell me about this last jump.
Well, the start of the jump was quite good. My vertical speed was just few kilometers more than 40 kilometers per hour.
Okay.
But then I made some little mistakes, and that actually increased my vertical speed. I expect that my time will be around 75 seconds.
Okay, 75.
Yeah, it's not very well jumped, but there are still some opportunity to fix it.
Right. Yeah, we still have a couple rounds left. So you also mentioned that you made a mistake in a speed run from before.
Yeah.
What are you going to do different on the next speed run to change
Well,
that?
I definitely have to be more careful. Speed is actually the most advanced category, and I rather be a little bit slower, but to fly stable.
Yeah, more consistent.
That's
Is that right?
Yeah. Correct.
Okay, wonderful. And last question: what does it mean to you to be here representing Slovenia?
Well, it's an honor for me that I have a chance to be here. I'm enjoying here to flying with these people, and I'm really happy to be here.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Robert.
Yeah.
It was really awesome. The dive was just on top of a cloud. Then I dived again, not during the cloud, but just on top of it. I dived and dived and dived, and then popped up. Then I saw the cloud. I saw that I was gaining altitude.
Wow.
So I saw the cloud moving down.
So for a time event, that's what you want, right?
Oh, it's so awesome. It's so awesome.
Good job, man.
It felt awesome. We have to see what the numbers say.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have Per from Denmark. Hi, how was your last jump?
I think it went well. There's clouds now.
Yes.
So yeah, you gotta compensate, and
maybe just move the sliders to get around it, because
Okay.
they're pretty tall and massive, but it's beautiful.
Does that sacrifice performance having to deal with the clouds?
No, it shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
If you are in doubt if it would, you should not get out of the plane.
There you go.
Mhm.
That's the thing. Okay, so moving on in the competition, you have speed and distance coming up. Are you going to do anything different from round 1 to round 2?
I'm gonna go faster and fly further.
Okay,
Yeah.
there you go. That's the
Yeah.
answer. All right. Tony, you're representing Great Britain, right? All right, so what's it mean to represent your country at the first ever FAI World Wingsuit Champs?
This is great. I've been doing it forever. I was always English. I've been American longer than I've been English, but I've always competed for England. I became American and I started to change over to American, and the competitions always wanted me to be English because there was the only Brit there. So it looks better for the competitions if there's a Brit there, or if there's lots of nations there.
Okay.
And so yeah, I love it. I think it might be my last one though.
Really?
It's been quite a few years. Yeah.
You've been at this for how long?
Oh, since '75 was my first world meet.
Oh my gosh.
75. It's the first World Championships of RW actually.
Uh-huh.
This is the
And-
first World Championships of Wingsuit.
Check that out. Very cool. Okay, so let's get into some technical questions. Mainly, we've heard people saying that from performance meets like this, it's great for the manufacturer because they can then take the data back and redesign or tweak the suits. You are, for all those that don't know, you build the suits. You build wingsuits, you build jumpsuits, all that stuff. So from this competition, what are you planning on doing with your suits?
Oh, I have a few ideas. Speed. More speed, perhaps. And I'm looking at the other guys and their scores and seeing the best scores and the changes they've made to their suits.
Okay.
So you're always looking. There's 1,000 different things you can do.
Yeah.
So I'm always looking at that for sure. I don't know what I'm going to do, but we'll get back there and do something.
Something. All
Got
right.
Aces next week, so that's a real race.
Are you going to be in that as well?
Yeah,
You'll be
yeah.
competing there?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the current standings after day 1. right, well, as the sun sets here at Skydive City, that comes the conclusion of the first day of the first ever FAI World Wingsuiting Performance Flying Championships. And what a day it was. All right, so we started off the day with Chris Schuyler busting through the previous time record. It was 88 seconds before, and he came in round one hot with 94.2 seconds, creating a new world record for time. And then Chris Schuyler again in the distance record he was so close to getting another world record. The current world record for distance is 4.5 kilometers. Chris Schuyler got 4.471 kilometers. So he's that close. We'll see what happens tomorrow when he still has 2 more rounds of distance to go. And then in speed, Travis Mickle comes up with a 302 kilometers per hour, right near the current world record of 312 kilometers per hour. Expect more records to be broken tomorrow. New continental records, new national records, and we'll see if we get some more world records as well. My name is Bo Reeby. You are watching Skydive TV. That's it for tonight, and I'll see you tomorrow.
This portion of the program is sponsored by Cypress, the #1 in AAD technology.
Another bright morning here at the first ever FAI World Wingsuiting Performance Flying Championships. Competitors are all warmed up, all stretched out, getting on that plane right there for load 1 of day 2 of this competition. They're moving in round 2 of time and distance, and then later they are finishing up the comp with 1 more of time, distance, and speed. Let's see how they do. It's a super close competition. Lots of world records set yesterday. We'll see how many they can bust today. All right, I'm Bo Reeby. You're watching Skydive TV. Stay tuned. Hey, I'm here with Jackie Harper. Jackie, tell me about your last jump.
I think it was okay, yeah. The wind's a bit funky, so I think, unless I was just screwing it up, it was fairly good at the top, and then it was a little bit into wind on the lower part, but I'm not really sure, so we'll see.
So
who knows?
Yesterday you beat your old world record for time. Congratulations for female. Tell me about that. How did you do it?
Well, I've got a new suit.
Okay.
So it's a lot bigger than my old suit, and you know, Tony's developed the J3 now, and it's fantastic for me for time.
Makes
so
a big difference?
Yeah, so that was really exciting.
And what suit is it now?
Jedi 3.
Okay. Are we going to see any more records then from you?
I'd like to beat that again, but I don't know if I can,
well,
so we'll see.
Good luck
we
then.
shall see.
Rooting for you. Here with Jackie, the new world record holder female time. Congrats.
Thank you.
Very cool.
Thanks.
All right, I've got Per Paulson here for round 2 of distance. How'd it go?
Hey, Bo. I think it went pretty well. We got a tailwind now, which means more speed.
Okay.
Actually, that's bad for me. That's bad for us heavier guys. The lighter you are, the bigger suit you have, the more the wind will carry you. So fat guys gotta work, you know, a little harder. Yeah.
But tailwind, that's got to help with distance, right? Like, despite your weight disadvantage, but you get to fly further because of the wind?
Like, if you're really fat and you have a headwind, you can punch through it. Like, a small thin guy, he'll just,
kind of like a parachute.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Good luck on our next one. Well, we just spoke to the meet director, and the current weather conditions do not match the weather forecast. It's actually way windier up there than they were expecting. So, due to a couple people landing a couple miles off the drop zone, we are shutting this down. We're going to reassess the weather conditions and then hopefully get kicking again as soon as they can figure out a better spot, a better location for the jumpers to go. This morning, after they started distance round number 2, they realized that the upper winds, the accurate winds right now, were not as forecasted. Therefore, there was a lot of unpredictable flight patterns, and people weren't flying their lanes correctly. So due to fairness and due to safety, they reset that entire round, looked at what the winds were doing, and set a new jump run with a new flight path. That was to ensure the fairness to all the competitors, that they got a fair and even upper winds during their distance run. So then we moved into the second speed event, the second speed round, and that is when these clouds came in. We got about halfway through the speed round, and it's the weather's changing up a little bit. So we're gonna stay here, we're gonna see what's going on. People have been really trying to get this thing happening, trying to get through these rounds so the competitors can stay in the game, stay focused, and not have to spend too much time on the ground. However, can't control the weather. Yeah, and they do everything they can to try and make this a fair competition. So stay tuned with us, because we're gonna stay here and see what happens. And as jumping begins, we will talk to more people about how they're doing and what they can do to get their name on the podium. You're watching Skydive TV. My name is Bo. Stay tuned.
We had, against our forecast winds aloft, what we were actually seeing was not matching our forecast winds aloft. We were having a lot of jumpers wind up opening and then being pushed due west over the city. This is a bad thing. And so we called it basically on a basis of safety until we could figure out what was going on.
Okay.
Our host, TK Hayes in Skydive City, were extremely gracious to send a pair of FlySight experts and myself up in a test load just to go up and actually measure with GPS what the actual effects of the winds were.
Okay.
What we found was really, really at odds with what the forecast was going to be. And it gave us a bit of a puzzle. We worked it out, but because the conditions were significantly different than expected, we had to throw out all the jumps that had already been made and start completely over. As we managed to get through that task and move into the next one, welcome to Florida and Florida clouds. And so now we're just waiting for the clouds to clear up and figure it out.
Okay, so the jumpers who have gone up for this speed round, right, and the speed task, and that have already completed their task, are they going to have to redo theirs as well?
We don't know that yet.
Okay.
We don't know that they will. We don't know that they won't. The question is when the clouds clear, do we have similar conditions to what they were jumping in the first place?
Okay.
And that's a factor of jump run direction and angle of wind against them.
Yep.
So and the velocity, of course, of the wind. So we've got to make sure that we've got similar conditions.
Because of the weather conditions, there's been a couple protests throughout the day due to fairness of the competition. So let's take a look and see what happens and how this competition carries out. All right, I'm here with Stephen Duffy from Ireland. Stephen, how's this weather and the stop and go affecting you?
It's a little bit frustrating, but it is what it is.
It is.
You just kind of have to deal with it. At this level, we should be capable of keeping our heads together for these stops and starts. So looking out there, it's not all that bad. It's perfectly jumpable, but for a competition situation, you need ideal situation where no one is gaining advantage over someone else.
Sure.
So we have to just wait till everybody will be able to have equal opportunity.
It's not really difficult to focus on what you do. I mean, it's pretty, at this point, a lot of us have it set in for muscle memory already. Just sitting on the ground all day. Most fun jumpers understand this as well, right? You sit around the drop zone all day waiting to jump, and you get more tired waiting than you do actually waiting on the jump. So.
Actually jumping, right? Yeah. What's your strategy for maintaining your slot or climbing up the podium?
It's really just trying to keep pushing, do the best I can. You know, that's all.
How do you do that?
I just keep going. Just do what I've been doing. I'm getting good numbers right now, and so I'm just going to keep keeping everything constant.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Fisher Space Pen, American dependability.
It's a little bit of a roller coaster of emotions at times. I think you get your energy level way up there, and then it comes crashing down.
Sure.
And then you sit around and wait. But that's skydiving, right? There's a lot of pressure. It's a competition. It's a world championship. So, you're hyper focusing on everything, and it just mentally gets to be a little bit of a roller coaster.
We have Remo from Switzerland. Remo, this was round 2 of your speed event. How'd it go?
Yeah, I like speed and I feel very well. I the speed runs always.
Okay.
And I was very happy with the run. Now we want to see what the judges mean.
How fast do you think you went?
Maybe 260, 270, like this.
All right, what would be your personal best?
274, the last speed run was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good luck. I hope you got it.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Cool. Mehdi, you're from Iran. Yeah. This is the first time that your nation has competed in a world championships for skydiving.
Yes.
How does it feel representing Iran?
Oh my God, so there is something new for me. I'm so glad I'm coming from Iran to this competition. I could go other country, but you know what? This is amazing.
Yeah.
This is amazing. You just jump off the plane, fly away as fast as possible, and have fun.
What do you hope to bring back to Iran in the future for Iran skydiving?
I really hope I could open up the first ever drop zone in Iran, but I'm working on that. I hope everything goes well next year.
Okay, real quick, I just want to show the camera on his suit. Do you mind if I just zip this down a little bit? Just like that and just like that. So he's jumping a custom Tony suit. The chest strap and the mud flaps you can see go inside the suit. What is the point of that?
I guess there is less drag for like chest strap and whole rig is outside. Yep. That's what I think.
It was pretty amazing. Means we did a speed run, and I think I had good numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did it compare to your first round?
Not as good as first round, but still okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything you'll take from this one into the next round?
I have to make sure that I'm not too steep when I enter the window for speed run.
What does it mean competing for India?
That's a tough question actually. So right now we are a team of 3 people, 3 competitors, and it's pretty amazing, especially when we don't have any dedicated drop zones there. So I have been lucky enough to live in US for quite some time now, and I get to jump often here. But my other two teammates, they have to travel out of the country to.
Got it.
Yeah, but they still manage to compete here, which is pretty amazing.
How will you get skydiving to India someday? Do you think?
We are still trying. This season we had our first national championship in India, and I was involved in that. So things are getting started in India.
We waited out the delay, right? We got through it. You stayed entertained. Tell me about that last jump. It was speed round.
It was awesome most of the way through.
Okay.
I was pitched out the door, put it into a good dive down, was hearing numbers like 310 kilometers an hour, and I was there like, yeah, I'm going to nail this. Into the window, holding onto my wings because I like to hold my wings in a little bit just to take off a bit. Putting everything from the leg in, and then about 3/4 of the way through, I let my right wing go. By accident, it just ripped out of my hand, and then my speed dropped to like 180.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah, so it's done on the average throughout it. So
yeah,
I'm hoping I'll be over 200, 230 maybe.
Okay.
But I had a little bit of a mess up in the middle.
So on the next one, how do you avoid
Hold on
dropping?
tighter.
Just hold tighter?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually that went really well, surprisingly well actually.
It was a speed run. Is that your favorite event or?
No, it's probably about my least favorite event,
Really?
yeah. But
Okay.
I think I improved on my times from the last time.
Did you do anything different in your flight?
I was just a little smoother.
Okay.
Didn't rock and roll quite so much.
Sure, got it. Yeah, consistency.
Yeah.
All right, what's it mean to you competing for Great Britain here?
Oh, it's fantastic. You know, there's a team of 8 of us here. Everyone gets on. You know, and we've come all the way across from Europe.
Yeah.
And you know, we'll hopefully take home a few medals.
There you go. Benedict from Germany over here, our intruder air expert. All right, tell me about the last jump and how it went.
The last jump was very nice. I did speed and I tried something a different technique. Not
was?
only closing the arms, also closing the legs. And that way I got to shoot much faster and it's stable.
Oh, yeah?
Usually in speed you go as fast as and start as flipping. But this time with closing the legs gently, the knees first, it got faster, at least to my private fly site.
Really? Okay, so that's a technique you think you'll continue to develop and use?
Yeah, just use more and more and just close the legs even further, just to squeeze out a little point where you're not collapsing the suit, like not
Sure.
flapping too much. But
Sure, right on. Awesome advice. Thank you very much.
Well,
all right.
don't spread that word
It's
out
not
there.
for us. Yeah, they'll get it afterwards, right?
Just
After
for
the
you, right?
competition.
I'm just trying to be consistent. I'm not trying to push it too much in these last couple rounds. It's kind of hard to change your score at this point unless you do really poorly or really good in one. So just consistency.
So the goal is not to do really poorly.
Not to do really poorly, exactly.
Speed round 2.
Speed round 2. It was exciting. Sometimes the suit kind of gets out of control a little bit, and I did a barrel roll. It was kind of fun, but I just kept charging.
You did a barrel roll in the middle of your.
Towards the end, but it was just kind of like I just kind of watched the world go around in a circle, and just got to keep going. It was fun. I was just pushing the suit really hard, just trying to get as much as I could out of it. Of course. And sometimes they bite back a little bit. So.
Right, we have Uf from Denmark. Uf, tell me about speed round number 2.
I think it went well. The green light came on a bit early, so I mean, if we had exited then, we would probably have all ended in the swamp. So we had to be a little patient getting off, which is a kind of difficult when you want to do speed,
Sure,
which is
yeah.
all adrenaline.
Yeah, so you're like anxious and focused.
Exactly.
And
You want to
then
get off. You want to do your best.
wait.
Just want to do it.
Okay.
So we had to be a little patient, but then we agreed it was okay.
Okay, what suit are you flying?
I'm flying a CR Plus.
Okay, and how does it fly in speed?
I think it flies very well. It's pretty good for speed.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Paragear, serving skydivers since 1960.
Tony Argallo here. Tony, tell me about that last jump for speed.
Oh, it's good. It's good. Much better than the other one. The first jump, I was only did a 250. I heard 280 on that one, though I probably averaged around 270 maybe.
Okay. What'd you do
Hopefully.
different?
I just went a bit steeper. You got to push it down, but it gets real violent. You're going really fast, you know, way over 200 mile an hour or 200 mile an hour, and it gets bumpy. And if you go unstable, which many people do, you're out of the competition. You get 0. So you push it as far as you dare. Scary, very scary. But I needed it to push my thing up. So I won a lot of rounds over the guys in front of me, but I had a bad speed round, so they all shot in front of me. So if I have a good speed round, that puts my percentages up.
Yep.
And so I can catch up. I can move up 2 or 3 places, even if they beat me.
Sure.
I will still move up in the placings.
Are you going to be pushing it then in the next round?
Oh yeah, I'll do the same thing again. That was great. I love to hear 280. That's a nice sound.
Yeah. Okay, Blair, tell me about your last speed round.
Beautiful sunset load, man. We're a couple miles out. Just get out, pin it down, and go fast.
Yeah. How'd your technique work?
Not as good as my last speed round, I think. It was a little bit slower, so.
Okay, so what are you going to do differently next time?
I'm just going to give it all I got next time.
What do you mean give it all you got? Like,
well, I didn't feel that good on this one.
Okay.
I didn't feel like I gave it everything.
Okay.
So it was a little bumpy. I played a little bit safe. So.
Gotcha. So next time, all in?
Yeah. It'll be the last jump of the competition next time.
Good luck, Blair. We got Stephen Horn from Australia. Stephen, tell us about that last jump.
Yeah, it was a pretty good last jump, I think. Probably wasn't as good as I could have done, but
okay.
I mean, it was nice up there. It was a nice way to end the day.
You guys were circling around in the plane for a little while, right?
Yeah.
Did that affect you?
I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
I mean, we were low enough where oxygen wasn't an issue, but I mean, sitting on that plane for that period of time, the noise gets to you, the hard seats get to you. You start thinking about it a bit. So.
Okay. All right, I'm here with Jason Bresson from Team USA. Jason, tell us how that last jump went.
Fast.
Fast? Best
I
one?
hope. It felt pretty good. It's a good way to end the day.
Okay, did you do anything different from your first speed round?
Well, I didn't screw it up this time.
Tanya, how's the competition going for you?
Well, it's going really good, but my exits are so excellent. I built up so much speed now, so I'm having a bit trouble finding my window, you know.
Sure.
So sometimes I do my big flare outside the window, and sometimes a bit too late. But you know, that's just a part of it.
Do you like beating the boys?
Of course I do. Of course I do. And I think girls should come because they'd only think, oh no, it's too dangerous, and it's like it has to go so fast and the speed is, but it's not. No, just come. They need to believe more in themselves. That's actually why they don't come. But that's so wrong.
Yeah.
So misunderstood. I just started wingsuiting 2 years ago. I only had 300 wingsuit jumps.
Really?
Yes, and I'm in the world championship.
Let's check out the results after round 2 of performance flying. Despite today being a day of stop and goes because of the weather, we were able to completely finish round 2. Time, distance, and speed all are done for round 2. That means that tomorrow all we have left is one jump of time, distance, and speed to determine the new world champion for performance flying wingsuits. My name is Bo Reeby. You're watching Skydive TV. Stay tuned and I'll see you tomorrow.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Fisher Space Pen, American dependability.
Good morning and welcome back to Skydive TV. I'm here at the first FAI World Wingsuiting Performance Flying Championships. It is day 3 of this competition. That's the final day and we have 1 round to go. That is 1 time jump, 1 distance jump, and 1 speed jump. Right now it is still a battle for the podium with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place jumpers only differing by 2 points total. So it is anybody's game, anybody's ball. It's exactly what you'd expect and hope for from a world competition like this. The best wingsuit performers in the world are going to go up, put what they have down, and we'll see what they get. All right, my name is Bo Reeby. You're watching Skydive TV. Stay tuned. We woke up this morning, got to the drop zone, and it was cloudy, overcast. You can see behind me that cloud layer is rolling to the west, coming from the east. Fortunately though, now it's cleared up. Blue skies above us. They're sending up load 1 right here, getting ready. We're looking at a very, very beautiful day here at Skydive City, Wingsuit City. What a weekend it was here. World records, national records, continental records. They were being broken, rebroken again. The world record for time before this event was broken then 11 times during the course of this weekend. So it's a testimony of one, suit design and how far that has come just in a year's time, and also the level of flying that these pilots are at is insane. We'll see what's going to happen in the future. I can't wait to see the increase in performance to next year and then the next World Championships in 2 years from now. Right now, let's take a look at all the records that were set this weekend. let's take a look at the final standings for performance flying.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Paragear, serving skydivers since 1960.
I am standing next to the first ever world champion of wingsuit performance flying, Chris Gallagher. Chris, first off, congratulations, man. Very awesome. How'd you get here?
A lot of training, man. Like, it's taken a long time. A lot of focus, a lot of sacrifices, I guess. You know, like, instead of going out and going on fun loads with my friends, training by myself. So, yeah.
How long have you been in wingsuit flying?
About 3 years.
Okay.
Huh.
And consistently all year round?
Yeah, that's a great thing. I'm over in Northern California at the Parachute Center in Lodi, so yeah, we have great weather most of the time.
Yeah.
So a lot of jumps, yeah.
Okay, so you got the new world record for time. Congratulations. We're 95 seconds.
Yep.
You were right there on the distance. Tell me about that and what you hope for in the future.
Yeah, that was a bit of a disappointment. I was sort of hoping to get that one. It shouldn't have been a problem in these kind of conditions. Like, I just screwed up my first run a little bit, and unfortunately didn't get to do it on this last jump.
You think we'll see that in the future?
Oh, easy. Yeah, that'll get past, not a problem. Like, yeah, the current record was done in really high tailwinds, and I only need about 20 knots to do that. No worries.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, you heard it here. Okay, we'll see. All right, man. So what's next for you next coming months or years?
10 days from now, I'm off to Red Bull Aces. Compete at that. That's going to be awesome. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Getting to just scream around the sky with helicopters.
Yeah. And then we'll see at the next World Cup and World Championship, you think?
Yeah, definitely.
All right,
Yep.
no stopping you, huh? All right, perfect. Congrats, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chris Gallagher, the first wingsuit world champion of performance flying. Well done, dude.
Thanks.
Awesome, perfect. I am here with the silver medalist, Travis Mickle. Travis, dude, good job, man. Well done. How did you get here?
You know, just train. That's it. Just train. Yeah.
Okay, how do you feel about your performance?
Pretty good. There was a few things I think I could have done a little better, but I mean, at the end of the day, Chris was just killing it, and catching him was pretty impossible at that point.
Okay, so you held on, you came away with the silver. Moving forward, are we going to see you in future performance events?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I enjoy the performance events. They do get kind of frustrating sometimes, long calls, you know, the weather doesn't help, but, you know, all in all, the sport of it is a lot of fun, and I definitely want to do some more.
Do you have a certain highlight of the comp?
No, they're all the same, kind of.
Okay. All right, so starting tomorrow, what happens?
Acro. Yeah, we got acrobatics. So I'm on Team Wicked Wingsuits Carolina, and we'll be competing tomorrow. We didn't get a chance for any practice jumps today with the performance, but it's okay. We'll try to do the best we can.
How are you feeling about that comp?
Good. Well, you know, I haven't really seen much of the other teams, so we'll just see what happens.
Okay, well, we'll talk to you later then.
Thanks, bud.
All right, silver medalist at the first Wingsuit World Championship for performance flying, Travis Mickle. Good job. Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. After battling weather all day long, jumpers going up in the plane and coming down on the plane, the meet director has officially declared this competition over. We finished 7 tasks, which was enough to make this a valid competition. So this, the first ever Wingsuit World Performance Flying Championships, is complete. Congratulations to all the competitors and to all the medalists, and to the top dog, the very first Wingsuit World Performance Flying Champion, Chris Schuyler himself. We saw many new records set this weekend, world records, national records, and continental records. And now we move on to acrobatic flying and see what type of records they're gonna set. Later tonight, we're gonna go check out the award ceremony and congratulate the new medalists and all the competitors for performance flying. Stay tuned with us. My name is Bo Reeby, and you are watching Skydive TV.
This portion of the program is sponsored by Cypress, the #1 in AAD technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, the loveliest and voluptuous Kate Charters. Performance event, 3rd place, all the way from Norway, 284.5 points, Espen Fadnes. This is the part I like. You get all, you know, bubbly and everything, right? All right. Now, I mean, this is cool stuff because, you know, 2nd place is one of our own, not only American, but just one of our local guys. 2nd place, the first, you know, Travis Mickle, 285.7 points. It's difficult to express how proud we are of Travis, you know, local Sea Hills boy, born and raised here in Zephyr Hills, skydiving in Zephyr Hills, traveling with Dexter and Zephyr Hills. Travis is the man, 2nd place, that's awesome. And now I mean, last year was a World Cup, right? This is the first World Championships, FAI World Championships of Performance Flying in the world. The 1st place winner, 296.3 points, American Chris Schuyler. Come and get it, Chris. Congratulations, it's awesome. Presented by Dr. Exie. Let's get a couple pictures of the winners.
boy. All right, Espen, how does it feel, man?
Feels really good. I'm really proud of being on the podium with Travis and Chris. It's been an amazing competition. I've never seen this high level of wingsuiting before. I overperformed in every single category, and still I had no chance against the new world championships, Chris. And yeah, it just feels really good to be here right now in third place.
Congratulations, man.
Thank
awesome. Travis. Hey, buddy, how's it feel?
It feels great, man. It does. It feels awesome.
A lot of weight on your chest?
Yeah, it's not as much as his, but you know, it's definitely there, man. And don't worry, me and Espen will push harder next year.
All right. Chris, the man, how's it feel?
Awesome, man. Yeah, stoked. This is fantastic. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, really happy. You know, worked hard for it.
Good.
Here it is.
Congrats. And that concludes the 2016, the first FAI Wingsuit World Performance Flying Championships here at Skydive City. Tomorrow, we start Acrobatic World Cup. See you there.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Paragear, serving skydivers since 1960.
Welcome back. Today marks the start of the 2016 Acrobatic Wingsuit Flying World Cup here at Wingsuit City, Zephyr Hills, Florida. There are 7 rounds, 4 compulsory, 3 free rounds. We have 8 teams total. That is 24 jumpers competing from 6 different nations. Let's take a look at those teams now. We have the meet director, Randy Connell, here. Randy, tell me about the acro event and how you plan to run it.
Well, it's simple. There's 7 rounds, and with only 8 teams in the event, the host has been kind enough to give us 1 dedicated airplane to us. So 4 teams per plane, 2 teams per pass, 2 passes, boom, you know, up, down, bam, whiz, swang, done. This is going to be much faster and much easier on me than the performance event is. The simple fact of the matter is that the requirements of the jump run are nearly as technical.
Okay, are there any requirements for this besides just basic FAA, don't fly through clouds?
Not really. They need an offset because, of course, they're flying wingsuits,
sure,
and they need good spacing between them. That's pretty much it.
That's pretty easy to do,
Yeah,
huh?
it is.
Okay, so we are about halfway through the comp, right?
Yep.
We're going up. They just sent the plane for round 4.
Yep.
Do you suspect finishing tomorrow then?
One of those cross fingers, elbows, my eyes if I need to. I hope so.
Okay.
We should only have to do 3 rounds. I plan to start first thing in the morning.
Awesome.
Knock on wood, and Mother Nature being willing to cooperate, we should be done in time for lunch.
Right on. Any challenges presented themselves so far?
Not really. It's a young group of competitors, meaning this is actually their first international competition. Yeah. And not all of them are necessarily as familiar with the rules. So there's some education going on, and it's probably resulting in minor frustrations along the way on both sides, but that's to be expected.
Sure.
You just have to allow for it.
round one.
Round one. I'm so excited and really looking forward to beat the others.
Get it.
I'm ready. Team is
Excited?
ready.
Ready? What's your goal for the competition?
Podium.
Yes, I'm ready.
You feel
Or
good?
we are ready. Yeah, we feel comfortable.
Okay.
We want to have fun.
How does it feel to go from sky surfing to wingsuiting?
Well, it's a similar thing. It's artistic, you know, free flying and sky surfing. We do all the third dimensional using, and this is the freedom of skydiving. That's what I love.
You miss sky surfing?
Yeah, come on, hey. Yeah, that's the best thing in the world. Hey, next to wingsuit flying.
Yeah, with your team, right?
Thank you. Here we go.
I am ready.
Feel good?
Feel great. Excellent. I feel ready. I'm ready to go.
Yep, as ready as I'll be.
Hey, same as ever. Fly safe, fly hard, and let's have a good time.
The competitors are ready, they're practiced, they're warmed up, ready to go. This is load one, round one of the competition for acrobatic wingsuit flying World Cup. Here we go, let's check it out. Unlike the performance event, the awesome thing about acrobatic is that it's recorded, which means that we can share it with you. So we're gonna bring you the footage, we're gonna bring you the judging so that you can see what these magical birds are doing up in the sky. First jump, first round is a free round. What's your free routine like?
It's really dynamic. We're basically just gonna try to get out there and do awesome on the first one. Get a good score on the first one. You guys will see it.
Okay, yeah. What do you like more, Simon, free or compulsory?
You know, they both bring different things. The free has a lot of movement in it for the camera guy, a lot of having to keep up with the guys. But the compulsory is nice because you can see the docks being taken, the grips being taken.
Right.
So you can kind of, as a camera guy, I can count those and see where we're at.
Okay, so you're the camera guy, and in this acrobatic performance, camera is part of the judging. So how does that affect your mentality, your strategy?
Well, it really keeps me on my toes on the ground when we're dirt diving it. It looks like the camera's guy's kind of static, but really up in the air we've got full rate changes going on and forward speed changes going on. So it's all about trying to keep these guys in frame, not let them get away from me.
Sure. Okay, and Travis, you just finished up a performance event, you and Anthony. Now you're moving to acro. What's it like making that transition?
It's definitely better for the openings. Flying the smaller wingsuits is a lot more fun. It's definitely easier for the deployment stuff. But yeah, I enjoy the acro a lot more as well. You know, it's a lot more fun. You know, I got my teammates. Yeah. The performance is individual, and you're kind of very by yourself there.
We are here with Team Flat Spin, representing the USA. All right, how's your training been getting to this comp?
Been pretty good. We've had some rough weather the last couple of months in Connecticut, but we're feeling pretty good.
How do you get over that? Like, do you go elsewhere to train then?
A couple times we did go elsewhere, but other than that, just train as much as we can when we can.
Okay. So how's your feelings going into the comp now? Do you feel ready?
I think we're as ready as we're going to be.
Okay.
Which, you know, we have to be. So.
Yeah, sure. Tell me a little bit about your free routine.
We've changed it a lot since Nationals. We've tried a lot of different things and tried to improve it as much as we can, come up with new moves, get creative. Okay. We also got new suits, which changed some of the capabilities. So we had to take out some moves, add other moves, and it's totally a different animal than it was earlier in the year, but we like the way it's turned out. So.
Tell me about the suits a little more. Like, why'd you change suits then?
The ones that we had, at least mine was just totally ragged out, like this old Phantom. Mark made repairs to it like every week for 3 weeks up until the competition, so it was just time.
What do you think of the new ones then?
Oh, these things fly great.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really help us out too.
Okay.
Like, we're flying much better with these suits now. So.
What am I looking forward to? I'm looking forward to getting this first jump out of the way.
Okay.
We just went up and did a practice jump and we just nailed it. And I just want to do that exact same thing one more time. Yeah, and then we'll be happy. The stress will be off, and then we're just in comp mode, and it'll be good. Yeah.
Here with Team Tutti Frutti from the UK. All right, how's the training been going into this competition?
Well, it's our first year in the advanced category, so it's been quite a learning curve for this year. So we're here to have some fun and see how we do.
What kind of stuff have you learned?
Backflying.
Backflying. So it's a new one, and then you have to incorporate that.
Yeah, so incorporate everything else.
She said it's your first year of kind of competition at this level. Do you feel like coming to a world competition, there's a lot of pressure, or what's your mindset to try and overcome that?
I think we just want to give the best performance that we can do for us. And I know that we're coming into this as the underdogs, but that's okay, and we just want to have fun, give a good show, and hopefully not disappoint everyone back home too much.
Describe your free routine using one word.
Flippy.
All right, that's fun.
Funky.
Funky, all right.
This portion of the program is sponsored by Cypress, the #1 in AAD technology.
The company Cypress has been making AADs since the early 90s, 1991, 25 years ago. It's been around for a while, saved countless and countless lives, and has been a very trusted tool in skydiving and has become part of the everyday jumper's utility. now Cypress is actually catering to wingsuiters in a very specific way. I have Eddie here from Cypress. Eddie, can you tell me why a new Cypress is needed for wingsuiters in the first place?
Because you've got the problem in wingsuiting that if you get unconscious, or if you get, for example, a flat spin, you normally have the problem that you pass the limit of activation of a normal AED, of an expert AED, because the speed limit is 35 meters per second. And normally, if you have a flat spin, you've got a linear vertical speed more or less like 25 or 28 meters. Okay. So you are below the activation of a usual AED. That's why we've got and why we need the new Wingsuit Cypress.
Okay, so tell me about the new Wingsuit Cypress.
Yeah, the new Wingsuit Cypress is really a revolutionary product, because the activation speed when you turn it on is normally set to 20 meters per second, so it's the wingsuit mode. But if you think about you're diving, you're flying with your wingsuit suit, you would have problems later on underneath your canopy, because on the canopy you normally get speeds which are faster, bigger than 20 meters per second. Mm-hmm. So what does the Cypress? It monitors and adjusts to your needs and changes after the canopy is open. So it recognizes the opening, the deployment of the canopy, and changes to a before elected mode, expert or speed. Okay. So you can choose, depends on the canopy and your skills which you're having and using. If you want to have the higher activation speed, so in the speed mode, or the normal one in the expert mode.
Sure. Okay, so pretty much it recognizes that you're in a wingsuit while you're flying the wingsuit, and then once the canopy's open, it recognizes that you're under canopy, so it reverts to the whichever mode you set. Exactly. How much testing has gone into this product?
We tested it quite a long time. A lot of jumps. The German national team was a big and great help, because the guys are really good and tested it quite a few times. So it's nearly done, and we are just waiting now to get it on the market. It's not clear now. I guess next month, or perhaps at the beginning of the next year. Okay. It's going to be available.
Do you know if it will be in the same price range?
It's going to be a little bit more expensive because of the audible part. So you don't have the Cypress, the unit on their own. You also have an audible, which is signalizing after the mode has changed. So they're connected by transmission, by radio. It signalizes to the pilot, and now you're safe. Now you're in the expert or in the speed mode, and you can get it on.
Wow, so that works and lets you know that the mode has changed. Yeah. Does it work as a regular audible as well for altitudes?
No, just a signal for the change of the mode.
Okay, that makes sense. We have Mark over here, who is a wingsuit pilot, competed in the performance event just over the weekend. Mark, so as a wingsuit pilot, what draws you to this product?
Actually, we just heard, if with the regular Cypress, if I get unconscious during free fall, the actual Cypress doesn't help me really out. I think it's a real cool thing. Yeah. WCS will save more lives for sure, because wingsuiting, we see it often in the last few months. After exiting, they hit each other, and this will save us for sure.
Okay, so how many people do you expect to be using this in the next couple of years?
Hopefully, most likely all wingsuiter. Think about, because the actual one will not help.
So tell me about the test jumps that you made and how it's doing.
Yeah, I just got it. I put it in my arm wing, in my back, and had the audible beside my ear. Exited, flew with the guys together, and then just pulled, and just right after opening, I would say 2 or 3 seconds later, I got the signal on my ear, and then I knew now it's in the parachute mode, and I knew I am safe now. So it's working very well. It's reacting very fast. What I thought.
Wow.
And it's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. Would you feel comfortable jumping with that as your main AED right now?
I'm hopefully getting it pretty soon, as it is on the market.
There were quite a few people, the best people or the best wingsuit pilots, like Mark also is one of them, are testing it. So we try to get it to the limit, to not have any problem later on, because, like, German products, 100% reliability. So we don't test it later on the normal user, on the normal jumper. So we get
Test
it
it on
on
now?
Yeah.
So I want to know, outside of wingsuiting, can you use this Cypress?
Yeah, sure. The unit is called Wingsuit Cypress, but you can use it for every kind of usual skydive. It doesn't matter if it's free fly, if it's belly or whatever. The Cypress is working in that way that when you deploy your canopy, your main canopy, in a window of 2,500 meters until 400 meters, that's the window the Cypress needs to recognize that you are opening, that you are deploying your main parachute. And that's the height where every kind of skydiver, doesn't matter if it's a free flyer or belly flyer, formation flyer, whatever, is opening normally his main canopy. So 1,000 meters, 3,500 feet, something like this. That's enough. And then one other factor is that to recognize that you're now on the canopy, the Cypress needs a vertical speed of 2.5 until 8 meters per second. It's nearly, it is the speed which every canopy, doesn't matter if it's a small 64 one or if it's a big 270 square feet canopy, has in the moment after deployment during the period that the brakes are still set. So you can use it whenever you want, and for whatever you want. The Cypress, you don't have an antenna, so it's working with transmission, but you don't have an antenna or something. The most important thing is the wingsuit symbol, so the button is different. It's a red button with a white wingsuit pilot on it. And for sure, you're gonna have now. This is a test unit. You're gonna have a special serial number, and of course, you've got the audible. So the audible and the Cypress unit, they've got the same serial number. Doesn't matter if you're gonna lose the audible because you cut away your helmet or something. You can order it by using the same serial as the unit has. So it's the two main points.
I'm here with Team Tumbling Pigeons for the USA. All right, we're moving on to round 3. It's compulsory number 2. What's your thoughts on this jump?
It's going to be challenging. It's a lot of back flying, but it's going to be a blast. So.
Okay. What's the hardest thing about the back flying part?
Keeping levels and speeds correlated.
Right. How long have you guys been training together?
Oh, well, we got a chance to fly at Nationals. We actually got ourselves a bronze medal at Nationals and just a spot on Team USA. And so here we are, about to go up for our 3rd jump of the day, 2 jumps down. It's been a lot of fun, and we're looking to go kick some butt.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Fisher Space Pen, American dependability.
I've got Team Clockwork Orange over here, South Africa. Tell me about this last jump. It was round 3, compulsory number 2. How'd it go?
Absolutely fantastic. It was like one of our best training jumps.
Really?
So we had a lot of fun up there.
What was the best part of it? What did you do so well?
We were like clockwork. We had fun.
Yeah, okay.
and we enjoyed it. When we enjoy our flying, we do way better.
It seems to be the pattern. Tell me about the rest of the competition. How were the first couple jumps?
Really good, really good. We're having fun, learning a lot.
Awesome.
It's really good to be out here.
Have you all competed as a team before?
Yes, but not internationally.
Okay, so is there a lot of pressure then coming to a world event like this?
We're trying not to be nervous. We're just actually trying to have a ball. It's the best thing to do. So.
Wonderful. I like the attitude. Tell me about now the rest of the competition. What are you guys trying to work on? Anything you need to change for your next couple jumps?
Well, I think it's just us being like calm and doing the best we can, you know, and just treating it like a boogie, I guess, and not taking in too much of the tension and the stress. Yeah.
Seems to be that fun is the common factor for you all. So.
And speed.
Wonderful. Thank you all very much. Best of luck in the rest of the comp. Thanks. Team Clockwork Orange, South Africa. I have Team Get Wicked over here from Switzerland. Okay, so jump 3, compulsory, round number 2. How was this jump?
For us, it was pretty good because we could do the rounds pretty much, so we're comfortable.
Cool. Did you do well on the points? Do you think you got a lot of them?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about the previous jumps. How were they for you?
The previous one, it was also good. We try to stay calm and take it easy and give our best. So.
And now you have
it works. Till now, it's good.
Good. You have a free routine coming up next. Can you tell me a bit about your free routine?
No.
It will be wilder than
it will be much better than the first one. We start always with a
slow first round, free round.
Okay.
And the second one will be much interesting.
So you change it each time? All 3 of your free runs are different?
Kind of, yes.
Kind of, okay. So we'll have to wait and see, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Ollie, what's proving to be kind of the biggest challenge in these conditions and in this competition?
I think there are 2 points. One is the mental point and the other is the weather. You know, I mean, mental competition is always different than any training jump, any other fun jump. And I think today we're doing really well because we just continue on what we trained and keep strong in the head. And yeah, looking back here a little bit, the clouds are moving in, so this is second challenge. Yeah, we will see how it is up here.
Sure. Are you guys running into clouds up where you're doing your routine?
No, as we do only have 2 passes and 2 exits, so we can really choose kind of which lane we're flying and fly around the clouds, basically.
Okay, perfect. All right, and last, I want you to turn around so we can take a look at this rig. So I'm gonna put this here, and you can kind of describe it, what the point of it is. I know you can't really point to
All
it,
right,
but just tell me about it.
Basically, it's a total different shape, a long shape. So down here is usually the opening part. So compared to a normal regular rig, it's further down, as I mentioned, but the other ones is higher. So the thing is, if you can just see how I hold my wing, I just need to go to the same point. I don't need to bend my arm just to get it up. Additional, it's a very elliptical shape, you know, so it gives a nice airfoil, so less drag, and then in the end I can fly much better and faster. And I think this is a future for the competitors in performance.
Wow.
You know, so you don't have here this fast bag and it's rolling.
And this is Sunpath?
Yes, correct. It's a new gel lane.
Okay, so it's totally custom for you, huh? Yeah, you can face back this way. Is this something that the general public
and the PIA Symposium, they will announce it officially, and then people can buy it, and all the other competitors will be also available for them. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you guys very much. Best of luck in the rest of the comp. We are here with the team SkyMiss from Finland. Okay, how do you feel about this world competition so far?
It's been a really great competition so far. All the arrangements have been really nice, and the level of the competition is really good.
Yeah, you guys are doing pretty well. You're competing for the podium right now. How long have you guys been training?
For 2 years now.
2 years?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you going to do in the rest of the jumps to secure your spot, do you think? Like, you're doing well so far. Is there anything you need to do different or change anything?
I think we just need to keep our own level. Don't do anything fancy or anything. Just keep doing what we do and see where it goes.
Perfect. Okay. Tell me a little bit about your free routine.
Well, it's fun, of course. And what else? Well, there is many tricks, and we are doing something maybe a little bit different than the others.
with Team Sky Republic from Russia. First question, how long have you guys been training together?
2 years.
2 years. What were your goals coming into the comp? A place?
No, not a place. There was no routine for. We're happy when in first international competition.
First competition for you all.
It's okay.
Okay.
Not place.
Let's take a look at the current standings after day one. With the conclusion of round 4, that comes to the end of day 1 for the Wingsuit World Cup of Acrobatic Flying. It's been an amazing day here. The weather turned out very nice for us. All the competitors are in great spirits, and the pace was cooking throughout the day. Tomorrow they're going to come back in the morning ready for round 5, 6, and 7, and then hopefully, fingers crossed with the weather, tomorrow we can crown a new World Cup champion for Wingsuit Acrobatic Flying. Stay tuned with us. My name is Bo Reeby, and you are watching Skydive TV.
This portion of the program is sponsored by Cypress, the #1 in AAD technology.
Hello and welcome back to Skydive TV and the final day of the Wingsuit Acrobatic Flying World Cup here at Wingsuit City, Zephyr Hills, Florida. It's a close competition running for the top 3 on the podium. Right now we have Team USA followed closely by another Team USA and Finland. Let's take a look at those results and how the final competitors do. Ollie, tell me about what happened to Team Switzerland in round 4.
Morning, Bo. Yeah, basically we jumped out, and then after the half of the jump we recognized that the cloud was moving with us too fast, and then we went straight into it, and we had more than 20 seconds in the cloud, and as you know, round 4 is a free round, so there's barely nothing on the screen, and that's why we entered the protest, and then the judges were looking at it and looked into it and recognized really that during flight my teammate was showing left, but we couldn't avoid the cloud due to safety. Then they decided, yes, we give you the re-jump.
I thought if you left the plane, then you accepted the conditions that are presented in front of you.
Yeah, I just mentioned, the thing is, if during a jump, even the weather condition changed as you didn't expect it, and while he was really pointing out, we have to get out of this cloud, and the cloud was the same time moving like we, after safety reason, they decided, yes, we accept it.
Okay, so you got your re-jump in for round 4. How did that go?
Much better, definitely. Well, at least you see the half of the other part of the round, so yeah, we'll wait right now on the scoring, and as you know, we are just one round behind, and hopefully catching up. The weather is at least good.
Yeah, feeling good about today?
Yeah, really good, and I'm really excited also to see what the other teams are doing, especially yesterday night. We watched their footage, and yeah, it's great that we all growing here, have different ideas and bring them straight into the sky.
Sure, right on. Well, wonderful. Can't wait to see what you have in the next couple rounds.
Okay.
Ollie from Team Switzerland. We've got the tumbling pigeons here. All right, what is this lovely little thing you have in your hand?
This is a message that is going to be delivered via carrier pigeon, which is the tumbling pigeons delivery service.
Okay, tell me the story of these.
So the tumbling pigeons are a type of pigeon, and as most people know, they were often used as carrier pigeons to deliver messages. Okay. So we thought it would be a blast during the competition to get our friends and family and local drop zone involved, so invited people to send messages.
Okay, that's cool. Who's this one going to?
Our last jump, which is this one, is actually going to be a memorial jump for people that we've lost.
Okay.
So this one's going to be Diogo.
Okay. Wow, incredible. Tell me about the competition and how you felt about everything competing at a world level like this.
I just try and treat it like any other jump or any other competition. Just try and chill out a bit and have fun.
Cool. We have Tamsin from Team Clockwork Orange for South Africa. This is the last jump. It's round 7. It's a free routine. Can you tell me about your routine?
We aim for some pretty decent classical flying. A lot of the teams go for tricks in the wow factor with the judges, but we prefer the more flowing, pretty flying.
Okay.
So we're going to aim to do our best, fly really smoothly, nice and tight, and show off some clean moves.
Okay, what's the most challenging part of this flight, this jump?
I think probably the most difficult part is when we're doing the carving moves, keeping it nice and tight and not over rotating. You have one flyer on top, one underneath, and you basically do a 180 rotation and switch places. And if you don't fly it nice and tight, then the bottom flyer can kick out a bit, and then you lose that nice face-to-face orientation.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Fisher Space Pen, American dependability.
So I'm here with Bilevi from the Finnish team. Bilevi, you mentioned that you had some pain in your shoulder. What's going on?
Yes, I had bad landing on the last jump, and now, yeah.
And now you're pushing through and you're still jumping, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Is it gonna, are you afraid of it affecting your flying?
Of course I am, because it's I need my hands, I need my shoulder, I have to open my canopy and all that stuff, so.
Okay, so why are you jumping? This sounds serious.
Yeah, this is competition. I give all what I have.
Okay.
This is our team, this is our competition.
Behind me, the final plane load for the World Cup of Wingsuit Acrobatic Flying is loading right there. We're gonna take a look at the scores, see how they do. It's a really close competition in the top 3. Let's check it out. We have Team Flatsman over here. They just completed their final jump for the competition. Tell me how the jump went.
Jump went well. It was on par with the other free rounds that we had, and
good.
We felt relaxed and smooth about everything. So it was
good. Yeah, you guys have been leading the pack throughout this competition. However, you're kind of like the scores are coming in and out, and you don't really know about them before the jump. Is that tough, not knowing?
Yeah, I absolutely wish we went in that last jump kind of knowing where we stood, but we kind of just tried to assume that we were losing and try to use that to encourage us to do better.
Okay, so it's like motivation then if you're losing, like, oh, gotta get it.
Put your best foot forward.
Okay, right on. Tell me what the highlight of the competition was for you.
Oh, the first jump every morning, just getting that out of the way.
Yeah,
and then just nailing these free rounds like we did just makes us feel happy. And now it's up to the judges.
Yeah,
just gotta wait for the scores.
Well, I remember you saying that your thing you're most nervous about is the first jump every day. So you did it. That was before round 1. That's exactly what you said. So good job. You did it all. You finished the competition. Team Flatspin for Team USA, potential gold medalists. Congrats, guys.
Thanks.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Paragear, serving skydivers since 1960.
Some interesting things happening here in the last round of competition. The Finnish team was in mostly third throughout the entire comp, and then going into round 7, once the scores were posted, it came out that the Russian team had overtaken them and then taken their spot on the podium as third. However, the Finnish team just posted a protest to this last round. The jury will overview the protest and make a decision on it, and we will update you when we have further knowledge. The jury has concluded that there will be no rejump. That means that the results are final as they stand. USA has spot number 1, 2, followed by the Russians, who snuck in there at the last minute to get 3rd, and the finish in 4th. Congratulations to all the competitors here, everybody who came out, put it all on the table, and did their best up in the sky. All the acrobatic and the performance competitors from the previous event.
I will say this, and I'd like to put it on record, that the energy and drive of Jimmy Hayhurst is the main reason why we are here today with the first Wingsuit Performance World Championship in the first World Cup. There's a slight delay in getting Acro up to speed to host the first category event, hence that's why they're a little bit out of sync. But we are going to resolve that in the next 2 years to bring them back into sync with the rest of IPC. Would you like to know how we're going to do that?
Of course I would.
We plan to next year, which is a World Cup year anyway, in all other IPC disciplines, to have the second World Cup in Wingsuit Performance, because the first World Cup in Wingsuit Performance was held last year at Netherhaven. Another reason why there's a lot of British people on that committee, because that's where really the FEI side of wingsuiting started. So next year, World Cup Performance, which would be the second one, and to bring it back in sync will be a second World Cup in Acro.
Okay.
So it's World Cup in everything. So they get 2 on the trot. And then the year after, it will be World Parachuting Championships in both Performance and Acro. It'll be the second World Parachuting Championship Performance and the first WPC in Acro.
Okay. Let's talk about the performance event. How did this one go, and what kind of things will you learn from this one to take forward to the next one?
We had a competitors meeting after it, and a lot of stuff came out. In terms of the strategic direction, they agreed with bringing it back into sync with the rest of skydiving disciplines. But the biggest debate really was about allocation of lanes, deviation in lanes, how to score, safety concerns. And we at that meeting took everything on board, and the specific issues of concern that are in the field of the experts on the committee. For example, the scoring systems of Klaus, running a meet, Jackie for sure, and Jimmy, who's still on the committee now as advisor stroke member, and then the rules, Randy, who is now the vice chairman because he got made the delegate when Jimmy Hayhurst had to stand down. That's why he had to stand down being chairman of the Wingsuit committee. We're going to formulate all that in the next few weeks, because to change the rules or implement the suggestions that came out of there, especially re-exit, the managing the exits, are big concerns about that. Sure. Pilots run-ins, not enforcing, but making sure certain rules are happen. We have to put those changes to the next plenary in Portugal, and they have to improve it. We can make the recommendations. They very, very, very rarely go against what our committee says, but that's where we're in performance. So in that sense, with 64 competitors in the end, 2 didn't come. It's been very, very successful, very successful, and we move on.
Here are the final standings for the World Cup of Wingsuit Acrobatic Flying. To Paragear, Fisher Space Pen, Sunpath, Icarus Canopies, Cypress, Cookie Helmets, Manufactory Apparel, Jewelry by Eva, and Photographica, thank you. Without your support, none of this would be possible. We also want to thank the organizations that support us. That is USPA, APF, Skydiving Museum, PIA, and the FAI and the IPC. Without you, we couldn't be doing this. We want to thank all of the event staff, the organizers, the vendors, everybody who makes us feel at home everywhere we go and helps us out. And last but not least, the Skydive TV crew behind the scenes that do the job to make this production so excellent. It's not just me, there's so many people that make this one of a kind. Thank you, everybody. As 2016 comes to a close, I just want to wish everybody a best regards for these upcoming months. If you're jumping, stay safe. If you're traveling, have fun. And no matter what, happy holidays and stay tuned.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Fisher Space Pen, American dependability.
Here at the first ever FAI World Wingsuiting Championships, unfortunately we can't show you the video of the jump for the performance flying. However, we can show you what type of wingsuits these jumpers are using. They're incredibly advanced. They've come so far over the past only a few years even, but if you look at the original wingsuits maybe 20 years ago or so, they don't even look the same. Completely different beasts. So today I'm going to walk you through some of the features and some of the advanced technology that's going into allowing these jumpers to fly 4.5 kilometers or stay in only a 1,000-meter window for 90 plus seconds. So let's check out those wingsuits now. Well, here at the first ever FAI World Wingsuiting Championships is a perfect opportunity to look back at the history of wingsuiting and how suits have come to where they are today. In 1912, a gentleman in France thought it was a good idea to climb up the Eiffel Tower. He was the first kind of pioneer, the first wingsuiter that ever potentially lived. He brought a wood frame up to the top of the Eiffel Tower, leaped off, and unfortunately perished at the bottom. So that was, however, the first recorded wingsuit flight of sorts. And then in the 1930s, when parachuting was more established and the military was parachuting, the birdmen, the original birdmen, took flight out of airplanes with very crude design wingsuits back then. Wood frames, hard ribs, nothing that really worked too well because unfortunately none of them made it either. So after that, wingsuiting was kind of taboo in skydiving world. Nobody really did it. There was no designs for it. It was pretty rare and unheard of until the mid-90s. Patrick de Guidon, a French gentleman, modernized that initial design from the 30s with ribs, with hard frames, single layer wingsuit fabric to fly out of an airplane. And Patrick actually made wingsuiting kind of what it is today. He is known as the father of modern day wingsuiting. Following him was Semi Vasilov, the gentleman behind the camera right here, then known as Semi Popov, and among others, Chuck Rags, a couple others as well. Robbie Pechnik, all experimenting at the same time with very homemade designs where they had no models to go off of. They just would sew it up and jump it and try it and test it out and make little tweaks here or there. One of these original designs is right here behind me. We're going to hear from Sammy explaining his design and how he came up with it. So then later in 1999 was the first commercial-based brand for wingsuiting. Birdman and S-Fly came around at around the same times in Europe, and then they went out to sell their product, mass produce it to the commercial skydivers that wanted to try wingsuiting. And then in the mid-2000s, Phoenix Fly came around among other companies, and now today there is a mass-produced wingsuit market. Many different companies, many manufacturers, and it is one of the most popular sports in the world and the most idolized people in the world are wingsuiters. So we're going to take a look at different suits as they've developed, where they are today, and then also some historic suits as well. I'm here with Pira Paulson. Pira is a test pilot for the wingsuit manufacturer Squirrel. So we have your wingsuit down here. It's a Squirrel CR+. Can you tell me a little bit about, first off, how old this design is, and then a little bit of the technicality of it?
Well, this design is actually, I think, pretty new. I think Squirrel does a lot to constantly change the platform and tries out new stuff, new combinations. They're very creative. So it's not like one platform and then they change small things. It seems like they want to progress all the time, and they put a lot of technology into it.
And how do they go about developing this technology?
Well, a bunch of different guys fly them. We got Matt Gertis in the middle, in the lead, who is the one organizing all this and who is on the forefront of testing out suits.
Let's get to the suit itself. So down here, tell me about the mylar on the skin and the ribs. come on down.
Sure. Well, the Mylar is a nice smooth surface. Air will flow easily over this. We got the inflatable ribs, of course, which are fairly wide on this suit. This varies from model to model, suit to suit, generation to generation. Yeah.
All right, so explain this up here a little bit. I know that squirrel is base jumping, sort of. So
this is the whole zipper system is an any Audi system. Means you can wear a skydiving rig on the outside. You can wear a base rig more hidden and inside the suit.
What's the point of that?
Well, it gives you better glide. Gives you a better surface.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then tell me about like so they have many different designs now. CR Plus, the Aura 2, the Freak, all that stuff.
Yeah.
What changes in these designs? What's different between them?
Made for different stuff. For different stuff. The CR Plus is made for performance in a skydiving environment. So it's the very best for exactly those tasks that go on there.
Okay.
If you want to do fast base exits, the Aura is especially created for that.
Really?
Yeah.
What do they change? Do you know in the suits? Is it like the size of the inlets?
Exactly. It's one of the things is the size of the inlets, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, this actually this runs on Dr. Pepper.
It runs on Dr. Pepper.
Yeah. Well,
whatever does that mean?
Put in Dr. Pepper here, right? Then you fly it. I guess it wears out Dr. Pepper.
But it makes it fly better, huh?
Yeah, sure. Some people think it's air. No way, man. It's totally 1915. Yeah, and when you're done, it's an empty can. I don't know really how it works, but every time it's empty.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's magical.
Yeah.
As long as you survive, then it's empty, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, you opened this up. You pointed out something in here. Tell me what this is down here.
Well, down here is stash bag, actually.
Okay, so
the nut sack, it's called.
The nut sack.
Yes, exactly. You put your gear in here. This is for base, actually, mostly.
Okay.
But you can have different stuff in here. You can bring your phone. You can bring extra T-shirt. Cigarettes?
Does that open up the pressure? Does it differ the pressurization though?
It's not meant for that. This is
pocket.
Just a pocket.
Okay.
You'd want this closed at all times.
And what about the arms? Does that have the zippers in it?
It has the zippers in it.
So what does that do?
Well, for me, it's good for checking out if all the ribs are okay, everything's okay, and then I close them up again.
Okay.
You want full pressurization. You'll have Dr. Pepper all over your arms, I guess, if you open them.
So there's different designs. You can even take one suit and kind of make it fly differently by opening and closing the vents, even though for performance you obviously want maxed out everything to the top.
Exactly.
So in your case, you will definitely keep them closed.
We got the tail, of course, which is important. This gives you lift. This gives you speed. We got these. These are really good for not slipping.
Not slipping, which is important. Always.
Base jumping. Exiting the plane, exiting the cliff, anything.
I am here with Benedict. Benedict is an Intrudair pilot. Intrudair is a wingsuit manufacturer, and he is competing in this performance competition. So Benedict, tell us a little bit about the company and this wingsuit.
Well, Intrudair is a company out of Hungary, and they started off with suits, regular skydiving suits for belly flying and free fly. They do a lot of that, and also they started with tracksuit and smaller wingsuit.
Okay.
And what we're jumping here now from the team Germany is the Orca. It's their first big suit that just came on the market this year.
Okay.
And so what we're still doing, we're still improving a little bit of the suit, but there's like one version, like as a big suit on the market, and we're improving the Orca.
Okay.
Call it that way.
Is that what this is right here?
This is what we got right here.
Okay, so point out some features. Let's talk about the ribs and the inlets and whatnot.
What we did first, the inlets right now they're straight. But we had first tried that we had them a little curved.
Okay.
But that wasn't too good. Like inflation, we think it's better with this one.
Mm-hmm.
And what we did also, like the form in here, it's pretty stiff. so you got always have a good angle and have that shaped.
Right.
That's what we did
So
too.
the leading edge, right?
The leading edge, correctly. And what we had, like the first version that's already out there, the wings a little further down. Okay. It was faster, but it was bad for the competition for time and distance. And so we moved that up. And what you will see here, one of my teammates, he's jumping where it's like going straight down, not a curve. Huh. We're not too sure. Well, this should give a little more lift, but we're not too sure about it. We're still testing on it.
Yeah.
And so this competition, it just came and we just use it the way it is right now.
Okay.
And what we plan maybe do 3 little inlets here instead of only 2, but we're still discussing minor things about it.
And how do you figure out which works best?
Well, just testing.
And then you analyzing the data?
Just analyzing the data, testing, and then also just feeling. How does it feel? How does the inflation feel? How's the flare when you flare it and stuff like that? So it's just, you have to put a lot of jumps in. And this version, we just got it 2 weeks before the competition. So we just got it right in time and just put a few jumps on it, but we're just working and we're getting better and better.
Yeah. So Intradaire's been around for how long now?
I don't know, but for a long time, but just with regular suits,
Yeah.
and like with the big wingsuit this year, and I think a couple of years for small wingsuits.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Paragear, serving skydivers since 1960.
I am here with Tony Aragallo. Tony is one of the most distinguished suit makers that we have in skydiving, and he makes wingsuits now as well. So first off, Tony, tell me a little bit about your history in making wingsuits.
Making wingsuits. I made regular jumpsuits for many years before I got into wingsuits. Then I made parachutes for a while, and I didn't like parachutes much. But then I got into making wingsuits, and it's like a combination of a wingsuit, of a parachute and a jumpsuit. So I loved it.
Okay.
And you make the smallest change with a wingsuit and you felt it immediately, whereas with a parachute you spent all week making it and you never felt a difference. I hated that. So I got bought out the parachute thing and started making wingsuits, and I was addicted to it. I loved it. And it's been a passion.
When was that? When was your first wingsuit?
Oh, it's been 10 years now.
Really?
Yeah, so what would that be? 2006 maybe?
Okay. When you first started making wingsuits, what kind of designs were you using? What were you going off of for the model?
Oh, we had, it was quite revolutionary. They had the cable release all around the suit. I didn't like that. We had a zipper down the leg, and the leg straps were on the outside of the suit. Okay, and so that was pretty easy for people to jump into, and you didn't have the cable release. And so I sort of like that. And then we started putting the leg straps inside, and the wings got bigger and bigger and bigger. Inflation was the biggest thing. I kind of invented inflation. Inflation was very weak on the early suits that I saw on the market. And I discovered inflation and the difference it made. And then with the inflation, you can make the wing bigger because you're not using strength to hold the wing.
Okay.
Then the thicker the wing, the lighter it is. And now the wings are designed to be flat on the bottom and up at the rig and push, so it's weightless. You can lay in the suit now, and it's not tiring on your arms. My suits. I don't know about the other guys.
Of course. With your suits, do you design the wings to be like an airfoil?
Oh yeah, it's totally Bernoulli's effect of the cambered wing getting lift, and you play with that, and it's a total game of how much lift against how fat it gets, and you lose speed when you're diving. And it gets turbulent. The fatter the wing, the more turbulence you get at high speed. You've almost got a VNE, a velocity never exceed with the fat wings, where it gets unstable. And you're in competition, and this thing's getting unstable, and you can get 0 if you spin out. See, so it's a total game of how much lift you can get for one event, and how much speed you can get for the other event.
So how do you build the best suit then?
It's a nightmare of design and which way you go. There's 2 events, distance and time, that require a lifting suit. And then the speed event, you want a thin wing. And we talk about some way of making the wings thinner. Do you roll the suit up to get rid of that high lift arm in the dive? And I've just started doing that. The jump yesterday, we talked, and I had a really good time because I started rolling the arms a bit.
You did?
Yeah.
So you roll the arm wings in to reduce the drag then?
To
essentially?
reduce the lift.
The lift,
I think, yeah.
That makes sense.
It just seems really tight to just get rid of this part of the sleeve. So I just started, just 2 jumps before the competition, putting this in like this. You see, you hold it like this.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of holding the grip with your hand at the top, you roll it down, you roll it in, and you hold the wing here. And you're looking for this clean edge, and it's just a lot smoother at high speed, and so a lot more fun.
And so that small difference
has
a large effect.
Yeah, I had another guy try on his second speed run, and he added 20 kilometers an hour.
Wow.
Which was the same as what I did.
Awesome.
20 kilometers an hour better.
Can you tell me a bit about this suit in specific?
Yeah, this is a fat wing, very fat rib. If you look inside, you see the height of the rib is quite large. Some suits are much thinner rib than this, and they'll go faster through the air, but they don't get the lift. And so that's the game. The other mod is to put your handles on the inside, your chest strap on the inside of the suit, and your handles outside, and then there's no way the handle can go inside the suit. Some rigs have the harness on the outside, but you can pull the suit over the handles. So we like this. We think this is safer.
Sure.
You just have to tie. You have to tie the suit to the chest strap. Absolutely important, because if this on opening separates from there, you can pull your handles.
And sneak inside.
No.
Oh.
You can pull the handle. If I didn't have that tie, I could go like that on a hard opening. It will pop your cutaway. And so you have to tie it. 1,000-pound brake tie. 1,000-pound Spectra. Suspension line.
Cool.
And then, see this gives you a flatter surface, and if you imagine a stick on your arm and the wing going to here, it'd be weightless, totally weightless. So the more this comes in, the heavier the arm might get, and then you start going back to where the harness is outside. Now the wing is this fat, see, so it's a lot heavier on your arms. So we all like it for time. It doesn't make much difference for the other events. And speed, we don't know if it's faster for speed. I don't think it is. Perhaps putting the harness on the outside thins the wing. Sure. So it's better for speed to have the harness on the outside. But then it's less drag to have the chest strap inside. When the chest strap outside is possibly more drag. And then the harness as well.
Wow.
And then, again, with the inflation, air going in here for the arms and here for the legs, inflates the suit and gives the aerofoil the shape you're looking for, like an aeroplane wing.
Looks like fun, actually.
You think so? You want to jump it?
I'll jump it.
You would?
Yeah. I can't guarantee my insurance will cover me afterwards, but let's give it a go.
Well, I think there's an open invitation if you want to jump it.
Who built that?
Did somebody build this?
Somebody did.
Did you build this?
Did I? No. What do you think of it?
It just looks hilarious. I have no clue how that would fly. I mean, I'm sure it would work.
You think so?
Probably.
All right.
You can fly anything.
We want somebody to go test it.
Okay.
I think we're gonna get some takers by the end of this.
I'm sure you'll get a few people.
Some people.
I'm sure you'll get a few.
Yeah, I mean, look at it, pressurizes and whatnot.
It might.
Yeah, you got cutaway handles and everything.
It'll do something. That was the worst that could happen.
Yeah, exactly.
That's hilarious.
When do you think it was made? Take a guess.
Man, it couldn't have been that long ago. I'll say a couple years only.
A couple years?
Yeah. I mean, most of this is just an old jumpsuit.
It's an old jumpsuit.
You can get scrap material from anywhere. Probably not that old. It looks like a home sewing project, that's for sure.
Would you believe me if I said it was one of the first wingsuits?
Yeah. Well,
ever made?
I mean, the first one I think was jumped off the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
And we never got that one back.
Not that one. You're right. Thanks. Thanks, John.
That is hilarious.
It's pretty cool. Tell me what you think about this bad boy.
That looks amazing.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think somebody made that at home. It looks. The performance of this thing looks unmatched. That's probably why nobody's jumping it.
Yeah, it would win.
Hands down, hands down. I'm very confident.
Do you know when it was made? Do you know who made it yet?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know when it was made?
Looks really old. I'm gonna say 1993.
Close.
Do you have answers to these questions?
Yeah, of course I do. I know it all.
Okay.
What do you think? There's vents, yeah.
Yep.
Right.
It's got inlets, kind of.
So it pressurizes.
Yep.
Would you fly it?
No.
Come on.
No.
Come on. Why?
No, I'd rather fly my unicorn onesie.
All right, Benedict, so we just looked at your suit and the massive Orca by Intraday. How far has wingsuiting come since the start of it?
Well, it's just going beyond limits. Like when you picture the first things, there was like an S-fly, just little wings just underneath your arm. And now just look at this, it's much bigger, and so it's just increasing much more material now.
Yeah.
And it's just getting huge. It's just getting bigger and bigger.
It is.
And at the beginning, like you had mesh inflating, and now you got the inlets, so it's just totally different now.
Have you had a chance to look at that suit behind you?
And I like
what
it.
Do you think?
Well, it's awesome, and you have to say the people who did that, they have guts, because somebody has to be out there at the beginning to try things out. And honestly, I don't think it would fly nearly as much as it does, but it's just the range where we're getting.
Sure.
Same thing like in skydiving with canopies, just round canopy first, and now we're getting square canopies and much more development.
Yeah, but you see kind of the same, similar designs, right?
Of course.
Isn't that cool?
That's amazing. And see here, you still have the mesh side. So it's a great start, and someone had to start. And like we were saying about the suit now, it's like you have the idea, and now they're pretty much all look the same, but you just have minor details. But these were the really impressive first inventors.
Then the start of it all.
Yes.
Yeah. When do you know when the suit was made? Do you have
no
a guess?
idea. I would guess late 80s.
Okay. It's a little early. But close. Would you jump it?
Yes.
You would?
I would go for it.
You would try it?
I would try it.
All right, we got to take it.
After the competition. Well, that's why we're test pilots for, right?
Yeah, that's it, man.
See, the arm sweep on this is quite high, right, or low. The arms are high, where this is a very swept arm, see? So that's fast, but you have trouble getting up for time, see? So it'll go fast across the sky, possibly as fast as this suit.
Wow.
Less drag, lot less drag. And for speed, I bet this could match that. But for time, this would kill that, right?
Yeah, of course.
And distance, I'm sure. And then this inflation, you see, this was how it was when I started doing this. They had flat stuff. Birdman suits were flat, but the air goes straight past. When you're going fast, you might only get inflation when you're sitting up, and the air's going in like this. When you go fast, the air goes straight past. So we started putting scoops on the front. I started with scoops on the top of the arm, because the fastest air is over the top of the wing here. So I enjoyed scoops on the top, but everybody liked this better. It's the same theory. It's you got a fatness of the wing, so that's the same. It's the same, it's just different shapes. That's all it is. It's just different shapes. And advanced technology. Aeroplanes haven't changed much, right, from World War II to now.
Same idea.
But they're just a little bit better. They used to be a lot faster, but that's mostly because they had 400 horsepower engines.
This portion of the program is sponsored by Cypress, the #1 in AAD technology.
Hi, my name is Sammy Vasiliev, aka known as Popov. Today I'm one of the executive producers of Skydive TV, but in my past I'm one of the original designers of this wingsuit. Back in 1996 I became very inspired when I met Patrick, and he was coming out at the drop zone that I was working in Las Vegas, which, by the way, this is where he did a lot of his tests. Very few people there, so he didn't have to fear praying eyes trying to steal his designs. Well, he was inspiration for me for sky surfing, and then when I saw the wingsuits I became very heavily inspired by him, and asked him, can I jump one of these? And he said, kid, you're too young, you're too inexperienced, you know, you don't know much about this, you can't jump. And so I went out and built my own. So this is a design right here that you can see, and it started pretty crude, but it was the very first thing I put together on a sewing machine. Today it's still right here, right next to us 20 years later, and it's flying. It's flying fantastic. I last flew it in 2005, I believe, but it has a little over 500 jumps. So let me show you some of the designs that I did at the time. This is an old RW suit that I took, and it had all the grips and everything, and I ripped it apart and started figuring out how to build this thing. After that, I pretty much laid down on the ground and figured out what would be a comfortable position for me, and marked the two ends of my arms, and that's how the angle came about. So it's a very sharp angle. It's like an F-16 in full afterburners. But then I figured out, okay, so if the best flyers on the planet are the sparrows, that they have a very specific tail, I modeled the tail right after that bird, which is wide, but it has the little sparrow shape on the very back there. So this was it. It took me a few months to build it. I never did any drawings on this thing. It was pretty much trial and error. It was all in my head. And then one beautiful day I decided to go out and jump it, and I fell in love with the feeling, continued jumping it for another few years. At the time there was no way for me or anybody else to purchase such a wingsuit, so anybody who wanted to get involved had to build their own. So it was me and Chuck Priest that built ours at that time, and we flew them together for the first time in '99, and then it was also Yari and Robert Petchinch who built the Birdman suit, and they came together and they flew. We all three did our first three-way together in '99 convention, free fall convention in Quincy, Illinois. The rest is pretty much history. Birdman went on to become what it did. Multiple other wingsuit companies showed up along the way, with Tony, with Squirrel, Phoenix Fly, to build the modern wingsuit. But this suit right here is one of the very, very beginnings of where wingsuit started. So there you have it.
Tell me about the inlets.
The inlets.
Where'd you get the idea for that?
Yeah, the inlets. I got the idea. Patrick's wingsuit had very thin wings, and it wasn't a stick. I wanted the wing to wrap my body, and I always imagined that a wing should be pressurized. So I got the idea from the modern canopy, and try to figure out where to put the inlets so that they can actually pressurize. They have holes, so they pressurize fairly evenly. And I got the idea from the modern parachute. So it's not something that I invented. I just wanted to make sure that the wing wraps around the side of my body, so it becomes a rigid in the front and rigid in the back.
Okay.
So,
and the cutaway?
The cutaway, oh, that's a whole different story. we had to figure out a way to cut these wings away at the time because we didn't know any better. That was it. So we, in case of an emergency, we had to have the wings go and be able to operate our handles. Well, I had a zipper that was right here in the very top, but because I very poorly did the job on sewing it, it kind of started fraying and it was very difficult to pull it open. So I designed this cutaway system to where you are able to grab it and then rip the wings open, and then you'll be able to operate the handles without any problem. The first time I put this cutaway system together, I had the Velcro fully sandwiched between the two parts. When I went to pull the handle, I couldn't rip the Velcro apart. It was that strong. So I went in and I actually put a little weakening, put a Velcro right here to weaken the Velcro so I can rip it open, and that seemed to work quite well. These handles were actually taken from retired harness systems, and as you can see, one of them says "do not jump" right here. Because everything came from spare parts that weren't really used couldn't use them anymore. The fabric on the wings came from old tandem canopies that I ripped apart that weren't being jumped anymore, and cool. There it is, right here. This was the beginning of an era. None of us really knew what we were getting ourselves into. I'm very happy to be right here at the very first World Performance Wingsuiting Championships. To me, it means a lot. It's very nostalgic to be here, and I'm very happy to see how far the sport of wingsuiting has gone. So congratulations to all the competitors who are at this very historic event. I wish you guys all the best, and keep going. Don't ever give up.
We are taking a step back in time, and Benedict alone is going to jump this fantastic piece of artwork and flying masterpiece. Benedict, have you ever jumped anything like this?
Well, actually, no, I've never. But as an intrude air pilot, I have to get gratitude to the people and respect who started it. And this is a great opportunity to just go back in time, have the feeling, what was it, the guts the people had to go up with something like this at the beginning.
Sure.
And we're just lucky and fortunate that we have so many companies now putting out wingsuit, and they already tested and they're already good, even though we're testing some things, but they are flying, and all started with something like this. So it's historic, and I'm in for it. I mean, come on.
Is this like something that you've wanted to do for a while? Like maybe if you ever had the opportunity to test old suits, is that kind of something that you thought you would do?
No, actually, when we were talking about the intruder suit, and you said, well, would you jump this old thing? And I said, well, this is an opportunity. I have to take a chance that they're giving me.
Yeah, you got to say yes, right?
Yes, of course. And I mean, people like that started things, and we all are lucky with our material now, and it just started at one point, and so this is just a great experience probably to see what it was.
Wonderful. Well, how do you think it's going to fly?
Well, probably we tried out with an intruder suit, some mesh too. Probably this is not going to inflate too much, so I probably have a lot of speed.
Okay.
But it's somebody back in the 1970s must have had my measurements, because it's fitting perfectly and it's tight enough, so it will be a lot of speed.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to how to arch it out using my elbows a little more, and see how this curve that we got here, how this one is flying.
How it flies. Is there anything you're nervous about?
Well, not too many. I'm doing a couple of times trying to pitch, like to reach my handle. I can do that, and worst case I can reach this handles, and my Cypress is on. That's all I can say.
Okay. So you got it all. You got your bases covered.
I got my bases covered, and the good thing is I got my buddy Helmut with me, so he's going to film it, and we're going to put on the shoes before and everything. So we got it done.
Helmut, what suit are you going to be flying with this?
Yeah, sorry for my bad English, but
oh, it's okay. Which wingsuit are you going to be flying to match him?
Now I'm flying a Tony suit, because I have only big suits here in America. So
which Tony is it?
Yeah, it's a T-Bird.
A T-Bird, okay.
It's a T-Bird. It's a small suit, and then open all the zippers, the inlet zippers. So I hope to follow him, but I think it's very fast. Yeah.
Yeah, who do you think has a more challenging role? Him flying this or you trying to fly with him? I'm not sure. That's tough.
Yeah, that's very tough. I think we broke a new world record in speed.
All right, let's check it out, guys. Benedict, sorry, you're going to be bringing along a fly site, is that right?
Yes, I'm going to bring it along, and I'm actually looking forward. Like with my Intruder Orca, I got like to 260, 270. And I'm really excited to read what I got here, just like arching, not putting too much performance style in it, but I will just see how much forward speed we can get.
Yeah, so that's what you're looking forward to the most is the speed.
What type of speed? The speed, but just also what I'm going to do is try to flare it out a little and to see how the flares and how the stitching is holding after 20 years too, with flaring it out.
Well, you can look at the stitching and there sure is a lot of it, so hopefully that'll help. All right, guys, wonderful. Can't wait to see the video and see the data. Benedict and helmet, German amazingness here. They're brave, they're courageous. Have some fun, guys.
All right.
Ah!
Down here.
Rock on.
That's awesome. I like to do that. I really want to do that.
Yeah. This is awesome. I would like to try that.
Yeah?
Yeah, just because it's part of the history.
Yep.
Historic. Yeah, exactly.
Here we go, Benedict.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. You have to come down for the high five. I'm not coming up. I was making enough forward speed, so my Intruder buddy, Kai, with the Orca, like this is our competition suit that we had. He just said he was able to actually fly by and try to touch me, so it was fast enough. So you could put like this was a good pilot. You can put it close.
So what was it like?
Well, at the beginning it felt a little awkward to have the to use more of the elbows because with the near seats you have like the spread is wider. But then it flew very nice, and but I would compare it more to a newer tracking suit, and that's what the feeling was, and that's why. And I think he had a hard time keeping up with me. And like one time, just before I thought about, well, we should think about safety first, trying to do some pulls just to check it. I saw him behind me, and I was looking at him like this, and it's flying good. It's flying good. The only bad news, I think, opening it ripped the zipper. But hey, I mean that's part of the game, right?
This is the last jump this is probably gonna have.
Okay.
It's going in a frame after this.
Okay, but it's awesome and it's flying nice. And so, like I said, but it's more like a tracksuit because your arms are not up here, they're a little further down. But it's very stable, very stable.
Very stable, yeah.
And I had a good fly forward. I'm looking forward to the fly side data.
Yeah.
How fast we got. So because he had a hard time catching up.
Keeping up.
Keeping up with a smaller Tony suit, and even he could come up with an Orca. I mean, that's amazing. That's a great piece of work. And thank you very much for letting me jumping it. I mean, come on. I'm an intrude air pilot. They have to do some work to keep up with this.
Awesome, man. World record, speed world record. You think you got it?
Maybe not as fast.
Maybe.
But considering the date on it and the date on the new suit, we are way beyond. I mean,
1996 world record.
Yes.
That's what it would be. Yeah, right on. Good job, man. Awesome.
Third place, we have from Russia, Igor Sergey Andrei. Presented by event judge Buzz Bennett, my nemesis, my friend, longtime buddy from Canada. Team USA number 2 with Travis Mickle, Simon and Anthony. Come on up, guys. Our local dudes. medal winners of the first World Cup of acrobatic wingsuit flying. Team USA number 1, Mark and Sarah and Jeff. Team USA, come on up. We got Dave McCann. Shoot 'em up,
On behalf of FAI and the IPC, I declare the competition closed. Thank you.